Okay, so it is 12:45 on September 7th, 2023. This is the Montecito Board of Architecture Review consent calendar. First item on the agenda is item C1, 245 Bonnie Lane. I see the applicant is here. So I have reviewed the drawings. Claire, have you reviewed the drawings?
This is C1, yeah, Bonnie Lane.
Yeah.
Yes, I have, yes.
And did you have any comments about it?
No, the only question I was going to have is there was not really, although it was stated in the drawing, there was no real landscape plan. So I would.
Yeah, they're not going to be any new landscaping. It'll only be refurbishing.
So it's just in the drawing, there's that one section that's
One strip that's green.
one stretch that's gonna be,
At the driveway.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be landscape, I mean, it shows in green on the plan that where's. And are you gonna plant something, or is that only, or are we widening the driveway? What is that? Well,
I've got.
It's been too long. I think
It's
you've
been
looked at
too
it.
long. I think Mike that's doing the drawings for me had gone over that with the planner. But I need to see what's happening, and I apologize. That's all he's got is a site plan.
well, let's see, where's the,
Can you show the site? Go down, David, please.
Maybe enlarge that.
No, you keep going down. There was a site plan that showed a small green strip right around the
It
house.
doesn't seem to be in this set. does
Well,
it?
hang on, I saw it, so.
did you see that?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is, right there.
Right there.
Yeah, that green strip right there.
Yeah,
So is that going to be planted, or is that just an extension of the driveway and the turnaround? I mean,
I think what we'll do, there's, for construction purposes, is do permeable paving. Probably do some
for paving, but
Yeah.
there's no planting or.
No planting.
Nothing,
Yeah.
okay. And then the other question then with all of it is that there was no removal of any trees
No,
for this or anything. Okay, fine. That,
So you're good with this project?
yeah, I'm just fine.
And so am I. It is on for preliminary and final, so county council has asked that we inquire, is anybody attending the Zoom meetings who would like to address the board on item number C1, 245 Bonnie Lane, please?
We do not have any request to speak.
Seeing none, I'd like to recommend that we approve this for both preliminary and final with the full board.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, and so do I.
super.
To date, they've never gone against us, but there's always a
There's
first.
Hopefully we won't be the first.
Okay,
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
say hi to Richard for us.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. And
Thank
item
you.
C2, this is the roof remodel. Is there anybody attending the meeting on item C2, 257 Cloyden Circle?
Not yet.
Okay, I have reviewed these drawings. Have you, Claire?
Yes, I reviewed all of that, and it looked like the only thing that we needed was the architectural details, and so I'm assuming they can show up with.
Yeah, and they did, and I reviewed them and I
Well,
thought
yeah,
they
I mean,
did.
I saw the details on the plan. It's really a pretty little house, by the way.
Yes, it
I
is.
walked through the plans and I went, whoa, I really like the
I think Richard,
design of this building.
I think Richard Bialowski, if you remember him, did it many, many years ago, 20, 30 years ago.
Hmm.
Anyway, maybe 40 years ago. Okay, so we are on for final only, so we don't need to request public comment. So I'm ready to recommend. for-
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. I've got okay in the,
Okay, very good.
yeah.
So we can turn everything off, David? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 1 o'clock, September 7th, 2023. I'd like to call the Montecito Board of Architectural Review to order. First item is public comment. Anybody that would like to address the board on an item that's not before us today? Anybody?
No, which one?
Item number 2, agenda status report. Anything, David?
Not today, actually. We do not have any requests for any changes to today's agenda. Everything is, I think, ready to go.
Okay, item number 3, minutes. July 13th, any comments from anybody, please? Anybody? Okay, so,
They're on.
okay, so on items, on the very cover page, on your committee members present,
Oh, okay.
Dave Mendro was absent.
Oh, so 13.
No, the 13th, yes.
There's the 13th. I haven't.
Well, yes, but up here you have him.
Oh, got it. I have one there twice. Thank
Okay.
you.
Then under agenda status report, the vote, I believe, is 6-0, Mendro absent, not 5-0.
Okay.
And item number 9, comment number 4. Limit height of tree lights to 12 feet, not 6 feet or lower. Then item number 10, under the action, Watson moves, seconded by Gottsbanker and carried by a vote of 3-1-1. Aldrich did not, this is Two Trees project down on Humphrey. Aldrich voted no. She did not abstain. But Sen, because he had not seen the project before, did abstain.
So they're swapped.
They're swapped,
Okay, got it.
okay? And that is all I have on that. So I would like to move for approval of the minutes of July 13th as amended.
Oh, that.
Okay, excellent. All those in favor, please?
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed. Okay, item number, excuse me, agenda item minutes, August 10th. Anybody got any comments on that, please?
No.
Okay, just like the last one, committee members present,
Got it.
okay? And, okay, item number 1. Excuse me, I said that was okay after thinking about it. Item number 2. Comment number 3. This is the project that the fine line brought between us. Restudy foundation, consider adding decks or other elements to integrate the, I'd like to change the word foundation to building into the, and I'd like to change the word structures into site, S-I-T-E. Restudy the foundation to integrate the building into the site. Okay. And that is all I have. So I will move for approval of the August 10th
So moved.
minutes. There's a second. There you go.
No, I'm seconding.
Second, okay.
I'll abstain because I was absent.
Okay, we don't have a quorum then.
It's fine. It's fine. You have a quorum present. It's fine to abstain. I think so.
Oh, abstain, not recuse.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining?
Abstain.
Okay, members informational briefing, please. Anybody do anything, go anywhere?
Well, I think Robert and I have been working with long-range planning on developing these, what is it we're working on? Robert?
SB9.
Yeah, multi-family objective design
Yeah,
standards or guidelines. Not subjective, objective.
yeah, just, right, that came up yesterday on our meeting, that the staff wants to be very clear, it's all objectives, not subjective. Anyway, so that was what I did yesterday, and
Okay, anybody else got anything?
No.
Staff update? Anybody? Kimberly?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Okay. Montecito consent item, we had two items. Item C1, 245 Bonnie Lane. It was, if you remember, the building that had our mansard and they came on in and we put on a new hip and very minor addition to it. The board was very pleased with it when they saw the entire board, when they saw it before the entire board. And we are ready to recommend approval, but it is on for preliminary and final. Is there anybody that's attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item number C1, 245 Bonnie Lane, please?
No request. tomorrow.
Okay, so I will move for preliminary and final as submitted. Was there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any discussion, please?
No,
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed. Item C2, this was the remodel where they put the new heating ducts up on the roof on Croydon. We reviewed them and thought it was a very nice design and the details were all there. It is on for final only, so no public comment. And I would like to move for final approval as submitted. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Okay, so concept review, item number 1685 Bernal Point Lane. Drew, I see you there. Would you like to come and join us, please? And before we get started, I thought we gave this approval. What
So
happened?
I'll cover that. We did.
Okay,
in a
could you
way, we
start
did,
with
yes.
that?
Oh,
You confused me.
Yes.
no,
So
I,
that's
I thought we stumped this along.
right. So just to backtrack, so back in November, we were given conceptual approval for the full scope of work. And in order to expedite construction of just the main residence, we basically we revised the scope of work to only include the main residence remodel.
Oh, God.
And so now we're coming
Okay.
back in with the full scope of work again.
Got
So,
it.
but to do that, we have to come back under a new coastal development permit and start over essentially. So, Same project. no, well, so we addressed some of the comments from the original meeting, in the site plan primarily. So the architecture itself hasn't changed. But we did adjust some of the site elements that were a discussion.
You have the minutes from that?
No, this is the new item.
I have
Yeah, well,
a copy of the old minutes there highlighted
Yeah, I can say address.
Those were the comments from,
from November.
yeah,
nice architecture. Nice
Yeah, I like the
architecture,
first
nice
part. That was great, yeah.
MBAR appreciates the refinement of the design, restate the site layout, relocate tennis court out of the front yard setback or reduced area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
MBR expressed concerns regarding water usage and size of this lawn.
Right.
right.
Carefully review reload calcs. Majority board cannot support the modification, which is some kind of a
Right.
something up there.
So Dave, just to clarify, when we identify things on the plan, do we need?
No, we need to go up there.
So,
Are you
there's
recording that?
some pointers there.
Yeah.
And then I'll follow the pointer with the point,
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, Drew, let's
Right.
do that so that everybody that's not,
Okay. So we're just using the pointer here.
Yeah.
Okay. So from the last time we were here for this scope of work in November, we were proposing to relocate this existing tennis court on the neighboring property. The owner owns both parcels here, so there's a flag lot that runs along the west side. We were going to move this tennis court into the front yard area of the adjacent property. So we're no longer proposing that. So we done away with the modification, you've moved it out of the setback. We're leaving 1675 for All Point as is. So the existing accessory structure here will remain in place. That's no longer part of the scope of work. So we're proposing the addition to the existing main residence here, which is a two-story structure. We are demolishing the existing garage structures here and here. And there will also be a new pool on the south facing side of the new addition, and we're demoing the existing pool, and then there's some landscape involved.
And so
with that
what are
as
you
well.
doing with the parking space?
So the parking will be primarily underground. There will be an entrance off of the flag lot that goes underground and basically is underneath the new two-story structure here. That will be underground parking and storage, so I can walk through the plans for that. Yeah, so that's all similar to the, yes, yeah, so that's similar to the last time we were here.
So then this is an old plan. I mean, this is,
No, that's,
This is proposed, right? So there isn't,
he's showing us the.
right, this is more of an architectural site plan, just showing you where this is the new addition here
And the new driveway.
and the new driveway, which goes underground.
oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to look at that. What I'm
Right,
looking
that's just-
there on the
survey.
screen. and I'm going, that doesn't match what,
Yeah, if you can go to
Plan
the
is
next, the site plan, it might be a few sheets down. There it is.
oh, there we are.
So
Okay.
this is the new two-story addition here. This is the existing main residence, which was under the separate permit now. This is a new pool patio. The parking will be accessed underground from the flag lot here. So you come in through the side lot and go underground for parking. This existing structure will stay. And then we've rearranged the motor court and entry drive. Currently, it is about here where this car is. We've moved it up, so we'll have a new curb cut with a new driveway and the motor court.
Single curb cut.
Yes, yeah.
And
No, we're not.
we're not questions yet.
We kind of are, but we're not really.
Yeah.
What's this, have you finished your presentation?
Okay. So from our last meeting, the architecture is largely the same. So the house, we've remodeled it to, as a nod to the John Wolfe Hollywood Regency style. A lot of the details are the same from the similar proposal. So there's a mansard roof on the second story addition here. We can go to, actually, if you go to page 14, there's 3D studies, which might help explain it a little bit better. So this is the two-story structure you looked at previously. There's a bridge structure here that goes to the two-story. So this is the existing main residence here, the single story to the two-story addition. You can go to the next sheet. So this is the two-story addition here looking north. This is the new pool. This is the existing main residence here. This shows you the underground garage access from the side lot. And this is more of the two-story structure here with the new pool. If you go to the next sheet. So this is the existing tennis court to remain. So this is no longer part of the scope of work, just showing it for reference. And these are just some of the details of the main residence remodel to give you a sense of how those two connect in the landscape. And these are elevations. So two-story addition here, existing main residence that's being remodeled currently. This is the front entry, remodeled the main residence. This is the north facing side of the two-story addition.
Robert, are you seeing this project before?
I think once, when were you last there?
So this proposal was back in the fall, late fall, for the addition.
No.
After that, it was, you probably saw the remodel of just a single story structure here. If you did
Yeah.
see anything, yeah. So that we basically removed this scope of work from the old permit.
When you say that's an addition, is that an addition or holding the building?
So this, it's an addition, but it's tied to the main residence. There's a breezeway here that's enclosed. So technically, it's just an extension off of the main residence. So there's an addition to the first floor. We're calling it a second floor addition simply because it's tied to the main residence,
So it's really a new two-story building.
essentially.
Really 3-story, because
Yeah.
basement.
Well,
Right.
garage. Yeah.
And are you done?
Yeah, that covers it.
Questions, members of the board? Bill, questions, please?
Did we look at the FAR study originally?
We did. So if you could go to page number 4,
I do remember.
it hasn't changed,
He also did an FAR comparison to the neighborhood.
right? I'm sorry, maybe it's sheet G004.
So, you know, this is the Fernald Point area.
Right, so if you zoom in on the
And
bottom,
it's
Big enough.
30% over whatever anybody, that
Right,
particular neighborhood,
if you could,
going back to the
Unlike
very
page
beginning
to
of
the
all of it.
right here.
Yeah,
And I-
it's
I
always
see
bigger.
it.
Everything is bigger, and this is a big lot too.
Right, so you can see, our neighbor here is at 253. We did the neighbors all along Fernald Point. This is the average is about 147.
See, they're always, they're all big.
Around
They're all big.
137. So there's, they vary quite a bit, but there are a few that are even over, 200%. So
Any other questions, please?
No, I don't think so.
Claire, questions, please?
Yeah, what are we going to do with this 1,700 cubic feet yards of cut? What are we doing with that?
Right,
We've
well,
dug this big hole and we've got a pile of dirt. Where's it all going?
yes, so some of that will be used for the pool area. There's a lot of fill that will be needed here, but a lot of that will also come from when we dig the pool. So there will be a fair amount of export. Now, what exactly that is, I haven't worked it out yet with the civil engineer. But we are anticipating there will be substantial export.
I understand,
Yeah.
and that's what my question is.
Yes.
Where is it? You're exporting it,
Right,
but how, and I'm looking at it because Fernald Point is a very tight road,
Mhm.
right, and so it
Right.
means multiple trucks are gonna be coming off of this piece of property.
Mhm.
So that's, so I have and that all that cubic yards is just for this underground garage, is that correct?
And the pool, yeah.
And the, okay.
Robert, questions?
What impact, if any, is the San Isidro Creek have? I mean, if it's a new building.
Right,
flood
so we
control,
looked at that. So when we did our initial studies for the first land use permit, flood review did we had to do a no-rise certificate to certify that it wouldn't change, the volumetric difference of the water if there is a flood. So we went through a whole exercise for that. So this is still within those parameters, so they're okay with it. We've reviewed with them a couple times now. So we should be okay in terms of flood control and flood approvals there.
And the color is going to be that bright white or?
So we've toned it down. So what we were approved for the main house will be the same as the addition. And so we're under that, the 84 LRV. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Have you considered taking the cut
Mhm.
and distributing it over this area? And then taking that new disturbed area out there and examine the way to reduce the amount of.
Right,
runoff?
yeah, so
Have you done that?
That's something we are in conversation with the landscape architects when we come back. We'll address all of these major issues because I know that is a big
But
point of contention.
Taking the
Yeah.
land, the
Right.
dirt,
And sort of feathering it out here, right? Yeah.
so you've, okay. very
Right,
good.
yeah.
Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 1685 Fernald Point Lane, please?
No request to speak on this.
Okay, we are on for concept today. Obviously, because of the way this process is working, we've seen it quite a lot. What do people have to say and where should we go next? Bill, please.
I meant to ask one question. Is that an oak tree down by the addition there?
It is, so that will remain. So we've been very careful to build around that and not encroach so that we
So
don't
you're
damage the
not
tree.
extending beyond the existing footprint of the house?
No, if anything, we're pulling it back because the existing footprint is within feet of the trunk. It's too close already. So yeah, so
But you're going deeper with it.
we are going deeper, but we're pulling the footprint back a little bit. So we're being as
So
cognizant
you
we can
have
to save
Some
that tree.
mitigation of some sort that you're.
We will, when we
dealing
get
with?
into landscape,
Okay,
yeah,
so
we'll
we're
be
not
planting
looking at
additional
any-
trees. Yeah.
And we're assuming, because this was all paving up in front of that existing guest house or whatever that is, right?
A lot of it's gravel, so this is a lot of
So
gravel.
there'll be
very
a
open
lot of
parking.
landscape.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, generally, I don't have any problem with the structure. I think we went through a lot of shifting and adjustment,
Right,
so
right.
I'm fine with that, and I look forward to seeing your landscape plan, so. I certainly get a concept review, my point of view,
And
and,
where next, please?
I
think
come
it-
back for preliminary.
Yeah.
Final, they could pick it.
Well, I think definitely it should come back to the full board for
Yeah.
preliminary.
Yeah.
I mean, whether we move
Are
it.
you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
And now, you finishing up your comment, please. Are you okay with the building as it's designed and the property and all that?
Yes, and I think your idea, Mr. Chair, of moving the dirt onto that massive lawn that has been a problem with
Yeah.
landscape all the way through.
Right. No, I
With that having,
understand,
and
yeah.
Relo and all of that, I think that's a really great idea, you know.
So, and where do you think it should go next, please?
I think it should come back for preliminary full board.
Robert, comments, please?
Yeah, landscape and civil, we have civil plans, yeah.
Not yet.
I
We're working
think
on it, yeah.
kind of needs to review together, and I agree that
Mhm.
the amount of cut, that's a lot of trucks going up that road, neighbors are.
Yeah.
Gonna be really concerned.
That's what I think, you know, because I worked in this neighborhood and they're not gonna like all that, those trucks going up and down that narrow road and then there's the gate,
Right,
you know.
right.
I mean,
Yeah, no, we'll look
Are you
at it.
done?
Yeah.
Yes.
Really.
No, it's narrow and it's, yeah,
Do something with that dirt to keep it there. you
Right.
know.
I think it's also a nice design. Yes, please explore where that dirt goes. I would go so far as to give them the opportunity for final next time.
Oh, well, that's
They
fine.
they may not make it, but they already have the detailing for the main house.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a good solid chat about the landscape plan,
Right.
about the dirt. And depending on what they do, I think they may get final.
Yeah.
So
No, I agree.
so we would come back with a full landscape.
come back
package,
with
civil,
everything.
Yeah, okay.
Or if you don't want to take that far, just go to preliminary. You have the opportunity, but not the obligation to go for final as
We
well.
we would like to come back to final. if we can.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, you are at risk on items we haven't looked
Right,
at,
right.
okay?
Understood.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Item number 20, Valley Club Road. Is there anybody here?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Neither one of you looks like Lila.
Leela, she's.
Leela.
She's in the audience, so.
Yeah, come on, yeah. 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 Get the full experience here. And how is Kristen?
Kristen's great.
She had her baby.
I know, and how is she?
She's doing wonderful.
She's coming back to us at the end of November. Just a few more months.
Thanks for us. I'll tell you.
Okay.
Said I.
Yes, please do from all of us.
Yeah,
Do you remember?
I don't.
She did
I
the
am happy
project,
to-
she presented the project on.
Lingate.
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 Yeah.
That I had a lot of trouble with.
Oh,
nobody else
yeah.
did. She was the person that took.
The brunt.
Took you
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so please go ahead.
All right, Dan Weber, and I'm the architect from Anacapa. Leela is our project manager. And Chris is our landscape architect, leading the landscape team. Do I have a mouse or something to point with?
Right there.
Okay. All right, good. So maybe we could tighten in on the property map right there and make sure everyone's oriented. So this project it's unaddressed. We're calling it 0 Valley Club Road, but it's about maybe 2/3 of the way down from East Valley. And then this peels off and goes to the club right there. So you probably know if you've driven down there, this big open field. It's 3 parcels. We have the northernmost of the 3. There are, right now it's a big open field. We have a big mix of architectural styles in the neighborhood. There's a Spanish style house that's a big house to our north. There's another Spanish to the south, kind of a contemporary ranch style, a mid-century, like a mid-century ranch style, flat roof, mid-century modern, 2 up. And then just off the screen here to the south is a big sprawling flat roof. I think it's a Luda house that's being remodeled
Yeah.
right now. And then the club, of course, is like a kind of an English cottage style. So it's a big eclectic mix in the neighborhood. We're proposing a flat roof modern house that it's very low profile, very natural. It's meant to really feel like Santa Barbara. And more than anything else, the major design goal is privacy. It's low profile. It's meant to be consistent with this context coming down Valley Club. Those houses are nearly invisible. You just kept glimpses of them. So our house is, with one tiny exception, a 1-story house that's going to be just barely peeking out from trees along Valley Club Road. I think that's about enough on the context. Our FAR study there on the left, we are at but not exceeding the recommended floor area ratios. It's a 6,000 square foot net house with an attached garage and a detached gym structure. So I think we can flip forward to the site. There's some context photos. It's just that big open field that you've probably seen. One of the things this is maybe a good time to point out, and Chris will reiterate, as you're leaving the club, that's a very active road with the club membership. Right now you see a really nice landscape barrier that's right here between our parcel and the neighbor to the north. We want to recreate that on our property line so that as you're leaving the club, you see a nice landscape side of the property there. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Some context photos of Valley Club Road. This is that flat roof modern house that's 2 up. This is our immediate neighbor to the north. Nothing additional. Oh, I'll point out here, you can see the topography running diagonally across the site, and that corresponds approximately to north. You can see the north is about perpendicular to those property lines. So in order to stay as low as we can and have as minimal site modifications, keep the grading amounts low, we decided to orient the house in a linear design that's parallel to the topography so it can stay low and have minimal grading. Let's go to the next slide. And maybe just tighten in so we can see the entirety of just so we can see the whole site. We're going to present both the site plan and the landscape from this drawing, so we'll have to flip back to it at the end. I'll go real quick. We have the primary entrance and guest arrival at the southern end of the house. You'd cascade up just a couple feet to the main living level. This is the main house with guest bedrooms in the eastern portion of the house, primary living spaces, and the primary bedroom at the far western extent of the house where it's most private. We have a shaded outdoor pool cabana area with the gym. So outdoor space, the white tone is enclosed gym space. And then we have a secondary entrance for service and the owners to access the garage through this secondary driveway. This rhythm of driveways having 2 like this is exactly consistent with our neighbor to the north. So we're doing the same thing that they did there. And then we have a low site wall, which is partially transparent, and we have it jogging off of the property line to allow some big relief from the street and areas for larger landscaping. I won't spend too much time on this. Chris can go through it all. And then Chris, you'll just address the privacy. We have dense landscaping all around. We only have one neighbor to the north that's has a 2-story component.
So we're very sensitive to privacy, both them towards us and us towards them. We've, like I mentioned, kept the house all to one story with a maximum height of about, I think, 17 feet or so in the one-story portion. We have a tiny two-story portion right here up
17
above,
feet overall.
17 feet overall. Okay,
12
thanks.
feet for the one story.
You climb up this exterior stair to access a little yoga pavilion that we have on the roof here. We decided to locate it here because it's the most private area of the site and doesn't have privacy concerns with any of the adjacent neighbors. We do have some strategic landscaping between us and this neighbor that Chris will go through. What else do I want to mention here? Yeah, this property is in a depression. If you know Valley Club Road, it kind of dives down before it goes back up a hill to the club. So views aren't a trying to capture views are not a big objective. It's more an inward facing property, with the one exception of this little pavilion where you will climb up high enough to get this great northern mountain view. All right, let's go to the floor plans. We'll skip through this. We'll skip through this pretty quickly.
Jack,
Sorry.
Yeah,
Where do you want me to go?
Yeah,
Elevations?
yeah, elevations, I don't know that
Sure.
we need to.
We'll go straight to the elevations. That's fine.
or whatever.
So
that-
go forward one more click.
There,
we go.
yes.
Okay. So we have the main house. This is the north facing elevation and the south facing elevation. I'll just kind of focus on the south facing elevation. The primary exterior building material, we're proposing a rammed earth wall. So it's a really heavy mass wall. And the look and feel is this really sedimentary look that is designed to feel kind of like the bluff face, that sandy color of the bluffs along the beach. A lot of operable glass, and then a wood screens and wood fascia. So it's a real like locally inspired and beach inspired natural feeling. The landscaping is very native and natural too, which Chris will get into. The plate heights at the main living level are 10 foot 6 inches. Like I mentioned, it's all a low profile flat roof. We have a little yoga pavilion at the top, back in the corner, that has a 9 foot ceiling height. It's a flat ceiling and a very low profile roof element. So it's 21 feet to the bottom of the ceiling plane, from grade to the bottom of the ceiling plane of this little pavilion up here, and another about 3 feet maximum for the roof build up at the peak. It's designed to be this razor thin, low profile, and it's positioned so it's not going to be visible either from the road or from any of the neighbors to the west, which are our proximate neighbors because of the heights of the adjacent landscape screen. Okay, let's click forward the slide. So that's the main house. This is the gym and the pool pavilion. Again, we're picking up those rammed earth walls, and we have shaded covered areas for over the pool deck. Another very low profile building. And I think that's all we have to show in this set. So why don't we go back to the landscape site plan, and we'll let Chris go through it.
Thanks. Use page 6. Thank you. Yeah, to Dan's point, the beauty of this property is that it's inward facing, and so the beauty of the property is that it's inward facing. So a huge goal for us is really privatizing the property from both the inward spaces, but also exterior, and just respecting the neighborhood. And also just grounding the architecture and landscape, because it's an empty lot. So we're trying to pull some magic together of really bringing in some larger trees. Also thinking about the context as well, with the reverence to the San Ynez mountain range, the live oaks all across kind of this area. So the intention is really bringing in more native plant material, that also adaptive Mediterranean plant material, but a lot of coast live oaks and things of that nature along the edges. And then in terms of just the layout, Dan was talking about how they've oriented the building. They've oriented it in such an incredible way where we're basically balanced on the site in terms of cut fill is where we're at early on. We're conceptual right now, but we feel like we're really close to balanced. Being super light on the land. We're kind of calling this the anti-hardscape project in a way where there's not a lot of hard surface. It's mostly plant material, and we're erasing where potential pathways might be very light, small pathways of gravel to really increase the planting depths. And to Dan's point of just orienting, paying reverence to the architecture where everything's angled on an east-west orientation, but then we would go north-south here that creates these really large planting pockets for us along the street frontage. So as a user on the outside driving to and from Valley Club, you don't really see it, but you also just see this kind of dark green foliage of oaks. You don't really know what's beyond that. So it goes back to kind of the whole privatizing element. I think those are kind of the main points, honestly. I mean, we're still obviously early days, with landscape. We haven't gotten into planting plans yet, but just, the general kind of concept is just keeping it, very low profile, and more inward facing than it is outward.
Oh, one more point, if I may. We have begun a pretty good neighbor outreach effort. So we've gone and reached out to all the neighbors that are in the notice area, as well as some that are outside of the notice area. The club especially is an important neighbor. Our clients are part of the Valley Club community, so they've had a lot of discussions with the club, and you can imagine everyone's real interested in what's going on there. So sensitive to construction related activities, keeping them off the street, keeping all parking off the street is a big concern in the neighborhood. We have gotten great encouragement from 4 or 5 neighbors. We've got a couple lunches set up with our neighbors to the north. We have Leela's spoken to our neighbor to the immediate north and made sure that we understand their concerns, which, as you can imagine, are privacy with second-story elements, which is our concern too. So we're that effort's underway and will continue as we continue to develop the design. I think that's all we have.
Everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Claire, questions, please.
Perfect plan, except are all in this sketch drawing, those are the trees that are green on this here, those are all new trees.
That's correct.
Yeah, and then the white in the drawing is that's to what's there already.
Yeah, that's kind of the
Okay.
billowing edge.
Yeah, I just wanted, and I know you proposing, I get from what you were saying, this is what you're proposing. These are going to be kind of like a forest of oaks.
Not all of them, but
Not all of those are
but
oaks.
yeah, the intention is that kind of all along the edges are oaks, which is similar to the context on the opposite side of the street. There's a different oaks kind of littered across the golf
Yeah, no,
courses.
I know, we've seen several buildings
Gotcha.
in this whole area.
Yeah, and there might be a few
Last
special
year.
trees on the inside where that has some fall color, but the edges are all kind of as for that live oak edge, just continuing what's there.
And then what is the ground cover material going to be? Because you said that we just have paths and things. What is your intention for all of, because it's obviously not a lawn.
Yeah.
What-
Definitely no lawns, and yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because the idea is we saw the landscape as kind of the lungs of the garden in a way where keeping everything fairly low, like a low manzanita, like an emerald carpet, and there might be like a contrapetalum El Campo accent. So things that read like they might need a lot of water, but they're not. They're low.
Right.
They'd be low water use.
Okay.
So
Okay.
regenerative practices on this project is really important to us. We want to try and bring water back into the groundwater, do infiltration that way, and keep it on site, obviously, and just utilize that, knowing the resources obviously are getting more scarce around here.
And then I just have one really, are you saying that you are really going to do rammed earth? Or is this just kind of looks like rammed earth? Or
No.
really, you're really building a rammed earth building?
We're building a real rammed earth building. That being said, we're in the concept phase right now, so there's a long road to hoe with a material like that of structural engineering and.
No, I know,
cost and all
because it
those
used to be,
And insulation.
maybe 15 years ago, they wouldn't even county wouldn't even permit rammed earth.
Right.
So that's kind of why, I mean, I've been around for a long enough, you know, and then I remember that. So that's kind of why I'm asking that question.
We're deep in the analysis of feasibility right now, so,
Okay.
but we're
Okay.
going in that direction.
Okay.
Questions, Robert?
So the building and all the site walls are rammed.
That's correct, yeah. We might have some of the low site walls that would be a sandstone, like a local sandstone, but the big things that are like a very low retaining wall or some of the stairs might be concrete, but the site walls that are indicated as fencing along the street would be rammed earth as well.
Yeah, engineering wise, have we figured out how thick those walls are gonna end up? I mean,
Yeah, we have them at 18 inches right now preliminarily, and we're working with our structural engineer and our mechanical engineers on the myriad issues related to that, both lateral load resistance, insulation for the component for the walls that are part of the building envelope, and just integrity of the rammed earth material and how it's adhered to the wall. So, but 18 inches is our design goal.
They are in our model. We have started schematic design on this project, just finishing, and we have grown those to 24 inches thick. Because we, through our structural engineering coordination, may do a concrete structural wall with a rammed earth veneer. So we are understanding that through the county and through just structural coordination where this could take us, and we're trying to mitigate that.
no more questions.
Bill, please, questions?
Yeah, so is it untreated rammed earth? I mean, normally you have a
It's
coating
veneer.
of what's that?
It's gonna be veneer, so.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Yeah, I don't think they know that
You got a
yet.
waterproofing. and all
Yeah,
that. And so
we don't
can you
know.
achieve the look of rammed earth, I guess, at the end of the day.
Well,
Putting a plastic coat.
There's two ways to do rammed earth. There's either the true way, which is you build forms and you stamp earth into it, right? And
Right.
being purist, that's what we want to achieve. And then there's the value engineered way, which is you buy panels of rammed earth and you apply it to a wall.
Hmm.
But the look is identical with the exception of the seaming, any joints between panels.
Right.
So I sure hope we can achieve the real way.
Yeah.
And not the latter. And then there are a variety of methods to seal it, a sealer to put on the surface so
Right.
that it reduces the degradation of the material.
That's the part I was concerned about, yeah, over time. Can you talk a little bit about your yoga room? The glass on one of the elevations that you had, I think it's sheet 200 maybe, looks pretty lanternish, and I think you did a good job on the one side with a sort of a
Right
lattice
there.
screen.
Yeah.
The two upper elements there. I know the right side maybe is further back. How close are those to the property lines to the neighbors there?
So I-
the light shedding into the neighborhood.
We're probably from glass to the property line is probably 75 feet or so.
Closest point.
Closest point, yeah.
And would you be considering looking at landscaping, how to
Yeah, I
bring
think,
that back?
yeah, the layering for sure. And
Or
also,
louvers or something that. creates-
Between this structure and the neighbors, there will be 100% privacy. We
Yeah.
don't want to be able to have our clients stand up here and see another house.
Right.
Which means no other houses can see us either.
Yeah,
This is a little bit, the way that this elevation looks is a little bit misleading because, for example, on the top right elevation, that glass or that second floor structure is 100+ feet
Yeah.
away from the surface of this elevation. It's way at the back of the property. And it's only a 9-foot high ceiling in there. So when the parapet wall surrounds it, if you could pan down to the bottom right of this page, you can see, now just
Yeah.
scroll over to up to the elevation right a little above it. There you go. Yeah. So
Oh, yeah,
oh, goodness.
almost saw it. I saw it momentarily. There it is. See it?
That- yeah,
Behind
so-
behind
Yeah, so see in the
wall.
top right of the screen, when the parapet wall covers the lower 3.5 feet of the glass, it's just meant to be a really low profile element there.
Yeah.
And I think, if you're up on a trail in the mountains looking down at this in the distance, you'll probably see that glowing, but we're not gonna see this from any of the adjacent neighbors.
Yeah. Site plan real quick, can you look up for that, David, too, you have a line on there, it says tree setback, is there some kind of a restriction that you're allowing, or not allowed to build in there? on the
Leland, do you
left
want-
side of that?
Or Chris, maybe you should.
Yeah, I can speak
It
to
looks
that.
like you're actually building in the setback if there's some requirement, see the tree setback line?
Yeah, I think it's this, I think it's this line right here.
It's the second one over,
Second one,
yeah, half one there.
I think I think the marker's mislabeled. I think it's this one right here.
No, Bill's
There's a rear
correct.
setback,
The-
and then there's a tree setback.
Yes,
Oh, you said, building, sorry. I thought you were talking about the tree setback. Yeah, that's got it, yeah.
What that is.
so
Yeah.
it not adjacent to these parcels, but adjacent to the parcels to the south. The parcels adjacent that are west adjacent are that Innisbrook open space. So that tree setback is related to that Innisbrook open space.
You can't have trees in that, or
No,
you have to keep buildings out of it?
You have to keep buildings out of it on those two parcels. But it's mapped incorrectly by our survey, or it's perhaps an outdated line on this parcel.
So it doesn't really apply.
Yeah, the title report, and he looked into that, the title report, all it says in this, like, in the parcel map, it just says, any trees within that, between the property line and the tree setback just need to be preserved, but there are none, so
Right.
it's.
Yeah,
Point.
we,
Green space they have.
Yeah,
there's a preserve to the southwest, and there was actually trees in that easement previously on our lot. Those were cut down, and there was a 2.5-year lawsuit due to that. That was before our owner purchased this, so it was before our time. I have talked to the county about the tree easement, and because it's all off of our property and to the southwest, as long as we show that within, 30 feet, we are away from those trees, which we are, they didn't see an issue, and we will continue to represent that on our plans.
And then last question, it looks like you have parking in the setback, looks like you don't need to in the front setback,
required parking is prohibited in the front.
but you can have extra parking.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Is that right?
Am I correct there, Kimberly? Required is not permitted, but otherwise it's okay?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, all right, that was all I had, thanks.
you've got a good eye, I can barely see. Yeah, we're working on this. On the setback.
Setback one,
Yeah, you got a good eye.
Light blue there.
Have you been to the fire department, please?
Yes, we have, and we have a letter for approval on concept.
Okay. Our guidelines specifically discourage 2 driveways. Have you examined a solution that does not require 2 driveways, please?
We have, and maybe next time we come back, we can show you some of those studies. We've done about every iteration under the sun there, but the configuration that we have on the screen, we landed at for a couple reasons. The biggest one is the proximity of the garage to the house. So we want to have, since this house is oriented east-west, we didn't want to have an excessive amount of driveway that loops around the house that allows an owner's driveway to come around the back to a garage and a guest driveway that comes in the front of the house. So in order to keep the site as green as possible and as minimal amount of driveway as possible, we came up with this solution that allows the driveway so the owners can come in the garage, walk straight into the house. And without having to do a big walk around the house, the guests can come in the other side and approach the front of the house in a formal way. It also has the benefit of providing a place that's convenient for all the services that are going to need to come to the house, like the gardener and pool person and stuff like that, to come park out of the way of the motor court and stay off Valley Club Road. It's really important to the neighbors in this neighborhood to not have parking, either owner or guest, or especially service parking on Valley Club Road. So that was the goal of that secondary driveway, is to provide a receiving place for all that to happen and keep it off the street.
And given that, are you planning on having a hierarchical structure of design so that you, unless you know it's there, you probably can't figure out that there's a driveway there?
100%, yeah.
Okay.
You can see the big gesture at the lower driveway is meant to have sidewall elements that feel like they're part of the house and a double leaf gate. And the northern driveway is just a little sneak in. So we don't want people, if you're a guest coming to the house, we don't want people to be confused about where the entry is. You'll drive right by that first gate without noticing it, is our hope, and really arrive at the primary entry.
Yeah, and to add to that, we've tucked the, like Dan, we tucked the driveway as far north as we possibly can, because I don't know if we have any good views of the neighbor here, but there's a stucco wall that's about 6 feet. So you drive down here, you would pass that and not even be able to see this edge, because we're gonna be planting this out with toyons and taller elements. So just to shield that, to get as tight of a driveway as we can, that would work with the client, obviously, the county's requirements.
Okay, are you aware that there's an ordinance requirement for non-reflective roofs?
Yeah.
And so when you come back with a metal roof, it will be non-reflective in nature.
Yeah, it will be non-reflective in nature, but more importantly, we're not gonna be able to see it.
You'd be surprised how many places nobody can see. Okay, so now let's get down. Kimberly, are you here, please?
I am.
Yoga studio that's probably over 18 feet high, that's on top of the main residence with its own detached, with its own exterior stair and no interior connection. Is that legal?
I believe so.
And why?
You can have accessory structures stacked on top of other structures. The height is measured from the floor to the point, the highest point of the roof of the ceiling.
Okay, very
I'd have
good.
to look at it a little bit closer because Montecito ordinance is tricky with accessory structures.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And I have one last question to the board. Story polls or no, please?
No,
Think about it during comments and we'll do it, but there's only been one two-story brand new building that we have not seen story poles on.
I understand, yeah.
Okay, so your
Yeah.
comment is, okay. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 2? We don't yet have an address, so 0 Valley Club Road, please.
No requests to speak on this. item.
Okay, comments. Claire, comments, please.
Well, I don't see the necessity for story poles, given that one little yoga room. You know, that's really what we're saying. And we've seen multiple buildings in this neighborhood over, at least you and I, John, have, and I mean, over the last 15 years, you know, and I don't see that, I just don't see the need for story poles for this, you know, very low slung building that's not really going to be seen by anybody in the future. So that would be my reason. And other than that, I'm very excited to see how this all turns out. I mean, I have a son in New Zealand who built a rammed earth house. That's why I'm very interested in it. At the end of the T fire, that's what I wanted to do, was do a rammed earth, and the county said I couldn't do it. So that's why I'm, you know, very excited to see what happens here. I'm just going,
We
oh
are
my
too.
God, finally, you know. And other than that, it looks like, I mean, I love the simplicity of the project, you know, that it's very clean and very simple and not full of all this stuff that I don't think buildings need to have. So I you know, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the landscape architect does as far as the rest of, you know, what gives a place for the building to exist.
Absolutely.
And where should it go from here, please?
Oh. I bring it back for preliminary, full board, you know, I mean, I don't, there doesn't seem to be much else for them to go study and come back to. I mean, it's like pretty straightforward. You know,
Robert, comments? Please.
I like the design, it's a great. Creative solution, I think, and I agree with Claire. I mean, there's big two-story houses on that road that are way more two-story mass than the yoga. My only concern about the yoga would be, I don't remember the route plan, but how much of that deck is usable? I mean, I would be concerned if it turned into a big party deck or something for.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's gonna be about the area this, you know, from here to the end of the room.
that's it. So you're not using any of the rest of the route.
No, it's a very small area that extends off of the east side of that yoga room. That's about the size of from here over.
And my only other comment would be, I don't know if you're aware yet of the groundwater problems on these lots. I mean, it'll bubble up out of.
Oh,
the
yeah.
earth. Seriously.
I haven't seen that, but we do have our soils engineers and geologists that are preparing reports and stuff,
These
so.
few houses and the ones who are across at Burnham Wood all have major water issues, subterranean. In fact, Montecito Water, you know, that weird little building towards Valley Club,
Mhm.
that's where they inject all their chemicals. It's like the closest spot to the water table in all of Montecito.
Mhm. Yeah,
yeah,
interesting.
Burnham Woods. Water
Interesting.
tables.
But I don't know how that affects the Ram Earth. You don't want that getting wet, so that's gonna be an interesting detail to make sure about.
Yeah.
You know, but most of these houses have crawl spaces
Mhm.
and they'll just fill up with water and got all the pumps and everything.
It's good for landscape.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree about that.
Bad for our picture.
Maybe planning.
But I think, yeah, preliminary would be the next step. I don't know if we have quite enough yet. I mean,
Bill,
Polls and no polls.
no goal.
Bill, comments?
Yeah, I agree. I like the design. I think it's well done. I would just, I'm anxious to see landscape. I think that's going to be critical. I'm sort of on the fence and I'll wait till see what John says about the pole thing. I mean, I don't like having people to do polls. And I would only just be concerned because of the lanterning of the upper floor. And whether that became an issue for any of the neighbors, you know. Sometimes when polls go, if they go, oh, wow, okay. Yeah, and that might be a helpful tool for you guys as well, determining where you want to screen and that kind of thing. So I'm on the fence and I'll let John maybe put in his 2 cents. I like the diminished driveway idea for sure. The main entrance that you have for guests, that's great. And then make the other one kind of hidden, Batmobile, you know, down through brush. And then, yeah, I've just had some notes about, you know, landscaping and site lighting, just be very sensitive to all that stuff. So I could give this preliminary, or come back to preliminary approval.
We see a variety of plans, designs, attitudes towards architecture. This is clearly one of the more compelling designs that we've seen since I've been on the board. It's elegant in its simplicity, and I congratulate you on that. I was unaware of the water table. I think you guys ought to be extremely careful. That may lift the whole building up 2 or 3 feet, and you may want to consider that. But I think it should come back for preliminary. For consistency, I think we ought to do a site visit. It enables us to see just to make sure. But I agree with Claire, it's a fairly minor little something or other. It's not some big imposing something. So, you know, I don't feel as strongly about this as I have on others. So.
First story poles.
First story polls, yeah.
Yeah.
And I definitely believe it should come back from preliminary, and I think you should shoot for final. You probably, I don't think we should put you on it, but you can show us where you're going, and then we can just get you on consent the next meeting or two after that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
So,
You want to do a site visit? then?
well, I just think it's, you know, it's not a, I like
Yeah.
going to site visits.
Yeah.
You know, it takes time out of the day, there's no doubt about it, but I understand projects better after I'm on the site.
Do site visits create a more problem for agendizing for you or not? I mean, you know, you
Just red letters, that's its only problem on the agenda.
Right, for us to see.
Would we want to see, maybe since it's so long and linear, like the four corners staked or something of the house? Or, I mean, what are we gonna look at?
I don't think.
Well,
we're
that
gonna need
that was gonna be my question is like, well, I mean, for some, I was just on East Valley Road, 2 weeks ago by, with a friend, with somebody from the planning commission who has a client who's 2 doors up from here. So I've seen the site, you know, I mean, so for me, you know, I don't know what the point of
Do
the
you know
site
the site?
visit would be.
Oh, yeah, I do.
I'm not as familiar, but I can drive by on my
Why
own.
don't you figure out a time together? Not long.
Yeah.
Are there any fences or anything, or can we? walk on the property?
No,
It's walkable.
no, it's a big open,
Okay, so let's figure that out
Okay.
between you and I. Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you whenever you get back.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Item number 3, Ruth's Family Trust, 269 Oak Road. Alex, I see you out there.
Good afternoon, everybody. How
uh,
are you? Beautiful.
Yeah. There's an extra. over there.
Alex, you can just put those on the floor, yeah,
We have a chair right there
the
too.
chair.
Yeah, this is fine. This is great. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we have not seen this project before. We will deal with that at public comment.
What?
Okay, there's one public comment letter.
Oh,
So, okay, so we have looked at projects on Oak Road. So Alex, please, it's your.
Yes, it's a relatively small lot, a fifth of an acre. And it's occupied now by a house and an ADU, which are shown in that plan right there. We will demolish that and build a one-story residence. The pictures on the top show Oak Road from the street. That's basically what, you know, be clear from left to right. Yeah. Yeah. So it's that's the driveway there, and it's there. And the ones in the bottom, on the bottom of the page. There you go. It shows from the inside. That's shown on those arrows from.
Which are being completely demolished, correct?
Yes, that wall right there on the left will remain probably without the pockets. We probably going to have some kind of a wall there. It shows the need for landscaping for privacy on both sides, and left and right. There is that tree in the middle. That will be our tree to be removed, the jacaranda. There are other trees in the neighborhood, but they are out of our property. There is one shown on the right there. If you can zoom in closer to the road, in the southwest corner. Yeah. This one.
Alex,
Yeah.
Alex.
Oh, perfect, great. I should know this. Yeah, there is.
Do you want to try this one?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, there's an oak here, there's another oak right there. They're both out of the property. Yeah, right there is a pretty nice oak right there. We're staying fairly far away. There's another one on the other side on the property, which is, yeah, keep going, keep going.
So it's in the road, but it's not.
No,
Off the property.
right, yeah, and there's another one, right there somewhere outside. More around this corner, and we're having an arborist report prepared. If we can go to the next page, we'll show the development, which is shown on.
Can we look at the FAR before we get anything?
Yeah, it's, yeah, it's,
122.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, please go ahead.
yeah, so this is the survey, it doesn't tell you much except, which I just described really. And the next page is the floor plan, the floor and roof plan. It's a 1-story, actually 1.5. This portion right here is taller. It has some attic with storage above. The garages is a long design, the 2 courtyards and backyard. And the next page, I think, is the one that tells the story of the elevations. And it's Chef Dubé's design. I don't want to take credit from him, but that's really the front elevation right here. The south elevation will be the most visible. The neighbors, basically the back elevation and on the side towards the backyard. It's all traditional materials and colors. We perhaps with a touch of French, Southern French influence. Two-piece mission style. Stone veneer, recessed windows and doors, etc. The next page is the landscaping. It's still in progress. We do have online, we should be Chuck McClure, is he online? Maybe he wants to talk about
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Chuck. Do you want to give a quick little presentation?
Well, it's the concept is the owners have done this before with really beautiful success. It's the concept is that really the whole landscape's floated in a nice tan gravel, and then a few plants come up out of the gravel kind of sparsely, and so that's really the thrust here. Very spare.
And the perimeter, please.
It's a ficus. So the whole thing's ringed in a perimeter hedge to just kind of homogenize the property lines.
Yeah, that's a whole, yeah.
And is that all you would like to say today?
Yes.
And Alex, are you done, please?
Yes, would you like to?
Maybe just.
Yeah, you have some drawings that you may want to show.
I'd like to just make a couple extra comments about why the design is such.
Is that okay that we don't?
Just submit to the county.
Are they?
Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, it's the same thing, okay.
Okay.
It looks nice on paper.
It does.
That's fine.
But this includes
I
everything.
can't see that, so yeah, yeah, you know. You can cover, you can cover that more appropriate, right? Yeah. You can cover it.
So this is just a quick.
This is the same as what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And these are the reference images.
Is that a camera? David? Is there a camera up there? You put the in front of it?
Oh,
It's fine. They've given one to everybody.
Sir,
Okay, thank you for your time. So when I learned, when I first met the clients, Mark and Katie who are here, they had provided a beautiful set of Pinterest, image making pamphlets of a lot of different things, which got me super excited about being involved in the project because they're just bent on doing the best of materials. But as a concept designer, I'm basically just an artist, but as a concept designer, knowing that the whole thing is going to come down to the ground and a garage would be required, a garage, having a parking spot would be required. So as an artist, I thought, well, I'm glad you didn't see my initial thoughts, because how would I be able to get a 2-car garage, you know, on the lot, and make it look good? So, and then secondly, to put a garage in the back of the property, it would require a long alleyway and a turnout and all this kind of stuff on the property. So it's a little bit outside the box, but I was thinking of Mark and Katie first because of their inspiration. However, my wife Lori and I have been married 35 years. We walk this road a lot. We don't live in the neighborhood, but sometimes we jump in the car and just walk these quaint streets in Montecito. And when I started seeing their inspiration, I started thinking, well, how about we mask the fact that there's a 2-car garage on the front of this street? How about if we make it kind of a old world French, maybe there's a large estate being worked on across the street. What if we made this look like an old stone shop that was part of a much larger piece of land, and it got converted into a house? I also thought about the neighbors, you know, what would they want to see? Do they want to see a big long driveway? Would they want to see a townhouse looking thing with the 2-car required garage, 16-foot wide garage door? I know we can make those nice, you know, but it would barely be a garage. The other thing I didn't like about some of my initial thoughts on a 2-story was it's just a very narrow, long lot, and I just didn't want to become setting a precedence. So anyway, that's the concept. The idea is to have a quaint stone building in front. You come into the foyer, you look out into a courtyard, and then there's a narrow section of the house, and then another fold out, and then another courtyard, and then the master in the back, and then another yard behind. This probably won't be seen by the neighbors except for the taller, you know, the front part, the middle part, and it's all flat roof through the midsection. It looks like a lot of house only because there's a lot of habit trail type hallways, you know, to get into the new. It's an E shape. You know, if you look from the air, it's an E-shaped house with courtyards and that. So I'm a rambler. I'll shut up now.
Are you good? Are you done then, please? Yeah. Okay. Questions, Robert, please?
Jeff, so how wide are those garage doors?
They're 8 foot. We wanted them narrow so that it would look more like a pair of doors, basically.
Small cars, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, the foyer is an okay sized foyer. Yeah, we split the garage left and right. Isn't a hurry. Again, just trying to give it a feel of a house. Or it's split the garage.
50. Yeah, they're all small,
Setback, so you need to.
Yeah.
So it's 40-foot wide house.
And in the inspiration boards that Katie put together, she's accomplished designer. We researched all these materials. We're gonna, you know, if you let us, probably copy this sword. We have a sword from France for the stonework, with the front facade. These garage doors are just inspo from France. It's actually a house in France. Fairchild Doors is somebody I worked with a lot, and I mean, a 16-foot can be $20,000 to $25,000, but you know, it's the front of the house, so.
Great. Can you go back to the floor plan real quick? Site plan, floor plan.
The site plan, the original, yeah. There.
There. You know, you got a lot of relief on, I guess, the south is. I would have liked to wonder why the north wall has to be completely straight, that was set back the whole way.
Well, we tried to, again, make it a habit trail type thing. It is, long on that side, hopefully with the hedges, the neighbor. The last thing I would want, pretending like Lori and I bought the house, would be to look down, like build a house, a 2-story, and look down on our neighbors, or them having a new neighbor that looks down on them. So there was a compromise there.
So to get the square footage, you didn't want to go 2-story, you're kind of building out setback to setback as a,
Kind of, and they're sunlight people. They really wanted a lot of air and flow and nature, and they didn't want to just stack a bunch of stuff. We just kind of, it is an unusual design.
now, so there is no actual second story,
No,
so you said it was just storage above the
well,
garage?
yeah, so the front, that's a compromise I made to make it feel like an old stone mason's building from the house across the street. If I did it too short, it would look like a garage. In my mind, with the 2 garage doors left and right, and it just wouldn't be as believable. It is a house that doesn't have tons of storage, so to have a little bit of attic space up there. We put windows and stuff, obviously, to charm it up.
It has like a
Kind of clover.
5-foot blade, 5.5-foot blade. It's not that, the attic is not.
No more questions.
Bill, questions, please?
You didn't have to do an FAR study of the neighborhood. Not yet. No. And, based on your description, are there other houses in the neighborhood that have this pulling out right off the street? I think they do that in several cases, right? Where they just drive right up.
Well, again,
The driveway is the front of the house.
I
essentially.
appreciate that. That was my soul search part of doing this project. It's like, so I put a bunch of driveways on there, and then it's just 2 driveways to a further back house. I've been to Europe a few times, not as much as I would like, but there's just a quaintness, it'd be kind of cool to walk, like if we lived on the street, or for the neighbors for that matter. I did this for them, but for the neighbors, to be able to walk a street and to come across this really charming little building might be just a joy to walk past versus the, push the building way back or have a double car garage with an element on top of it. I don't know. It was just my take.
Yes, and on Oak, if I may speak, there are garages that are on Oak.
Just like this.
Yes, but they're not as attractive,
Yeah.
quite frankly.
And some are driveways up to 2 walls, side walls, and you walk through, and some don't have garages.
Right.
And maybe Robert knows about this house on Summit Road, by John Sorrell, did this gorgeous. This was many years ago, but it was a flat, ugly house. It was a fixer, and maybe Robert was even involved with that. I don't know for sure, but they did this stone facade. It's just the quaintest, cutest little house. They loved it, and I said, I love that house. It's a stone facade, old blue shutters. They brought in olive trees, and I went to the open house. It was unbelievable. It's a tiny little house, but then you get inside and there's a courtyard and it goes on and on and on. But from the street, it's just a cute little building. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Could we look at Chuck's landscape plan real quick too? I had a couple of questions for Chuck. So Chuck, on your northern property, I guess, is at the top of the page, you have some planting kind of encroaching over to the edge of the pavement, which is great. And are you able to, looks like you have an oak tree down on the south property line, though. Again, within the area between the property line and the edge of pavement. Can you fill in that area too? And
Wait, I'm sorry, which part are you talking about?
let me borrow it again, yeah. I'm talking about this area here. And this area up here, Chuck. Are you-
Gee, on my screen, I'm not seeing a cursor or a pointer.
Oh, okay, so, where. it
Oh,
says-
right. Okay, the front. Well, the owners are they're kind of intent on a very sparse look. If that's a comment that's in conflict with that, of course, we'd work with you. But the intention was to keep it very simple.
Well, I'm just asking if they would allow you to.
Oh, we'll need an encroachment permit for that area, for that.
And then had you considered like an alley of olives or anything like that, where you could, the reason I ask is, when cars are parked out there, if you can help screen them with olives or something, just a question whether or not you had thought about some kind of olive alley that you park underneath or something.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take a note here and I'll discuss it with the owners and we'll come to some.
If you can do that.
Yeah,
We would like to do that, actually.
okay.
And that's it, thank you.
Claire, questions, please.
Well, my question have to do with the garage. So in order to access one or two, garage number 1 or 2, you're gonna drive across the gravel? Is that how this is gonna work?
That's correct, yes.
It's an informal driveway, a gravel.
No, fine, I think we're in a question, so I was asking, because the drawing it looks like it's gravel, so.
Yes.
So, and that gravel is gonna extend off of the property line into the right of way. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes,
It's just empty there, so yes.
I know, but your property line is where your property line is, and then there's more. It's not, has nothing to do with your property.
Right.
So, but you're proposing to have gravel leave from your property line to the edge of pavement. That's all going to be, so the whole front of this house is gonna be pretty much gravel.
That's what it is now.
Okay,
actually,
well,
as
I haven't been there yet, so,
Yes,
and it's but the garage itself is 2-story. Everything else,
Story.
story and a half.
yes, and
Okay.
the idea is we're not trying to build other rooms up there, there's no.
No, I'm just thinking about how tall it is, how wide it is.
Right. Yes, we were trying to create storage and also, as Jeff said, create a look that if you build a 1-story and you have 2 garages, it looks like a shack, to pardon my.
Yeah,
It just doesn't look right, and so we were just trying to make it look more European, more old world, more like it's been there for 100 years. That was our goal in this project.
okay, that's all my questions.
When you read the Montecito guidelines, one gets the sense that we want buildings off of the property, hidden behind landscape, perhaps perimeter landscaping. And you're basically saying 100% of that is wrong. We want to not only ignore it, but we want to be in your face about that. Why is that not true here, given that there's 40 feet wide by maybe 40 feet deep of gravel?
We're willing to work with you on whatever landscape plan you would approve. That our landscape plan, I think that Chuck was a little concerned about showing too much, and basically, we also want to be drought tolerant, but we did another property on 1595 Miramar Lane where we brought in 6 mature olive trees that were, I'm not sure of the age, but our goal, we have an inspiration picture that we didn't provide because we were only trying to provide 3 pictures, but it basically shows a canopy of olive trees as you're walking towards the house. So the way that we would accomplish that, in my opinion, is to put one on either side of the front path. We don't want the house to be in your face. That's not who we are as people. That's not what we want to project. But from a landscape plan, it's very hard to project what the final result is going to be. But if it were for Katie and I's decision, we would have two big, huge olive trees as large as we can get, so that you can still drive in, but basically have the trunks on either side of the entry or as far out as you can pull them. So we are completely open to providing screening. We're completely open. Our other property, again, that we own on Miramar, has hedges along its hedgerow. So it has tall hedges on every single fence line. That's what our goal is here. And we would love to provide some screening to the street. That's not a problem.
With oak leaf hydrangeas, what, you know, something that would soften it from the street. Again, we don't want it to be just a facade on the street.
Chuck, in hearing this discussion, do you believe that you can get the quiet, not in your face building right on the street?
Yeah, I think we can, especially if we could get some trees within the right of way. Like
No,
maybe
not
one's
that.
center lined on the front
They
door.
will, Chuck, they will not permit that.
Okay.
18 inches high is what's in the right of way.
Yeah, you can see that one oak at the upper right. That could be a significantly large tree. And then we could get one adjacent to the oak tree, but in the right of way between the house and the oak tree itself. We could get one in there. And then I guess there's really not much opportunity in front of the front door. But if we bring in field grown olives, I think we can do a lot to address this comment.
Okay. It is a question at this point, not a comment. Okay, anybody else got any questions before? Okay, so public comment, please. I think there is a public comment letter. Okay, so I built a house across the street. We support this project. We would like to see a rendering of what they plan, all work done. And then the rest of those are actually comments for the planner, not for design review. You will get this to Steve Connor?
Yeah, I think he's online.
Okay, Steve, you're aware of those comments in this letter, please? Steve?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so, and you'll be able to address those comments, please?
Yes, that's confirmed.
Okay, so is there anybody else that would like to address the board on item number 3? 269 Oak Road, please. Okay, comments, same order. Robert, please. Site visit, yes, no?
Can you go back to the fourth one? Site plan. I mean, I obviously love the Voss concept. The only comment I have is the fenestration, I think, needs refinement. And that if you look at, say, this, there's much more wall than there is window. And, you know, for instance, at the master bedroom.
Right here.
You know, you've got all these multiple windows. And back here on the north, where maybe these don't need to be so big or something, but now if you go to the elevation, that's elevations, please. It seems like some of the windows again need to be refined on the north and on that master bedroom. Well, it looks like they're different on the elevation in the plan, but I don't know, just the concept is great, but I would say that some refining of the fenestration that make it a little more Provence. And what is the material? It's just plastic.
The
stone or?
Yeah, the front facade is stone. We're working with a French company. Actually, that picture that I showed you is a part of the brochure. But we'd be open to, you know.
This should
stone
be
area
kept for the
thickness
record.
and-
Okay.
But then old world plaster, what's the terminology for the tiles, you know, embedded in the upper part. I just,
Oh,
It
the
just-
Provence Eve.
yeah, I just,
Same on the parapet wall.
Yeah,
It's down here.
The stacking and the
there's a
tile.
professional French term for it, I forgot right now.
A genoisie.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my only comment is there's a little bit too much complication. And maybe some simplification. Would-
Well,
would
you're fine,
be
I
better.
mean, I appreciate it, I have to start from nothing, so I appreciate it, you're a well-seasoned architect, so why not? Simplify.
Comments, Bill, please.
Yeah, I generally like the approach and the style. I would say, my concern really has always been in the front there and the entry and how that all sort of plays out. Whether, Chuck can get as much landscaping, and that will be probably some discussion with, the powers that be at the Public Works Department if they'll allow or not. Then, do you have an opportunity to move the building further back or shorten it or something to get, to achieve, what you need to do to get that LA and the feeling. I mean, ideally, it'd be nice to have, a tree right and left and one in the middle.
Yes.
But your entry is kind of there, so if it's back far enough, maybe get around. So, I mean, I think what I worry about is it looks great when there's no cars parked in the driveway either, you're gonna not use the garage maybe as often, or maybe we're just stopping in to pick something up and there's cars sitting out there. So whatever you can do to kind of diminish that feel, I think would be important. Of course, the detailing of all of that will be important, which I would say be part of, I'm sure. So I'm not too worried about that. An FAR study, I think we're gonna need to see that. We need to know what's going on in the neighborhood. And we know there are a lot of houses that are bigger than that area, so we probably okay. And that is all. I'm just coming back to. And my idea of giving the concept and back to mine and things like this.
Oh, yeah, I would
I
agree,
have,
but
I haven't commented yet.
Yeah,
Let's hear from the clerk.
yeah.
Let's hear from the clerk.
I know, I'm just.
She's sitting there
I
quietly.
was.
I
Your
well,
question off the
I
bat.
can be really careful,
Doesn't-
waiting for my turn here,
I'm done, thank you.
So. Now it's my turn. I have a problem with this garage and this building. It's 24 feet tall. Okay, so whether we do.
21.
What?
At the-
Well, it's
At the peak.
at the ridge, on your drawing, it says it's 25 feet high.
My mistake, the 25 feet high, that's the line way above it.
that's the height of the.
And he said, and she said 21, I think.
Yeah, it's there,
Yeah, but the top of the ridge line, it says that it's 25 feet
No,
to
no,
the
no.
ridge.
That's the height limit for what
The
you
height.
can do.
It's
And that's that.
Why does it say?
No, because that's not.
There's.
Oh, that's the height limit. So you're saying, oh, the building is, well. Given we just had the same conversation on previous part, I would like to have a site visit of just that building. Because it goes side to side and it's 21 feet tall and it's right on the property line. And this is something that in this community, for as long as we have never, ever approved anything like this. So for me, I would like to have a site visit. And before we make any decisions moving forward to what's next, so that I can actually, because I don't. It's going to be very hard for me to support this particular project The rest of the project is lovely and great, but this building, side to side, garage to garage, right on the property line. I want to see it on site before I actually move forward.
Can I ask you a question on the hedging? If you've only got 5 feet,
You mean hit the side hedging?
like on that north side, I mean, are you
Well, there's a lot of, there's a,
literally squeezing through?
Or what do you mean, walking?
Because they're not gonna, yeah,
yeah,
I mean, is the fire department gonna go, you can't have only 2.5 feet between the house and the hedge, or?
You know, they're right here if you'd like to go and ask them.
Knock on that wall, the cheeks right there.
Anyway, I forgot that.
Oh, and I made a mistake. That's not a ficus, it's Rhamnus alitaris. That's a lighter plant with a much less substantial root system, and it's darker green. So it's not as heavy a plant as the ficus, so excuse me.
Okay, thanks, Chuck.
So are you done?
yeah, those are counted.
Okay, so I tend to agree with Claire, but I want to make some nuances to that. Up at the top of Cold Spring Road, just as you're making that big last left-hand turn, there's a house on the left behind a wall that has a huge gravel driveway in front of it and behind gates. And you know that there are people parking there and you know that whatever. And it's not European like this is by any means, but it's a big gravel area right at the front property line. But there's hedges between the rows. There is a wall there. Okay, you don't have that. That's the only other building I can just immediately pull to my mind that has a fairly large gravel area between the house and the street. I believe that that building, 2 stories, significantly larger, you know, does fit in the community. I am concerned about this. Now, if you go back and you study the history of the Montecito ordinance and through David Merrick's book, we find out that there are 2 driving forces for why Montecito was the first non-urban area in the state of California to have a zoning ordinance. San Francisco had a zoning ordinance. I think LA did, but I know San Francisco did before Montecito. The 2 reasons is they were extremely concerned about buildings right at the street line with big areas of gravel. And if you think of the house that George Washington Smith did on Middle Road, if you think of the gardener's cottage that he did on East Valley Road, right across from Picacho, or a little bit to the east of Picacho. And if you think about, can't remember the name of the streets, but there's a very large, bigger than this house, down on, I don't think it's Lingate, I think it's the next one down in the hedgerow, huge house, right on the property lines. People are very concerned about that changing the character of a semi-rural, low-intensity residential nature of the community, which are why those 3 words or that phrase comes into the general plan. And it's supposed to be our driving force. All of the ordinances, et cetera, approvals should be flowing out of that. So this, in essence, is saying, can we throw all that out? Oh, the other one, by the way, is having no pig farms in Montecito, because people bought land and then they said, we're going to put on a pig farm, and extorted the people, and they got a bunch of money. So they got rid of they put that in there too. So I think that this, if I was driving down a rural street in France, I think that this would be extremely typical. I'm not as convinced here in Montecito. This is 40 feet wide. This is 40 feet deep. It's gravel the whole way, which I don't think there's any single place on that street that's even close to this. And so we tend to say we want, if you heard what we were talking about before with the project on Valley Club Road, the guidelines specifically ask for only one curb cut. Well, technically speaking, you have one, but when they said that, they're thinking about 16, 18 feet. They're not thinking about 40 feet. So this is completely contrary in my interpretation of what the guidelines are asking us to do, to set houses back, get landscaping in front of that wall, and have this community feel like it's semi-rural, not necessarily French. Okay, now I think that this is a lovely design. I'm just not sure it really, I'm not sure I can vote for that. So
Consistent with the neighborhood.
Consistent with the neighborhood. So I also agree we should have a site visit. And it seems to me that there is hallway number 2. David, can you go up to the fourth one? Which is between the bedroom and the breakfast area. That seems awfully wide there. And I mean, you could, I think that that could be narrowed and push the building back farther. I don't know if that's going to give you enough room to get in with a driveway or not. Public Works has been extremely clear all the way along. Landscape planning within the right of way is great as long as it's no higher than 18 inches. Okay, so no trees, you know, that idea is just out the window. So I think the building is nice. I think it's, Alex is going to have to prove that the neighborhood, Alex, can support this in terms of an FAR study. My guess is it can. We've done houses in this area, but I would like to see the facts of that. But I think that this is not what is expected in Montecito. That doesn't mean we shouldn't allow exceptions, but I think it's a very, very steep road to climb for my vote. I can guarantee that we are independent. No, we never collude or anything, is number one, against the law, but number two, and I respect everybody, and we'll just have to see what they do. And there are 4 people today. At some point fairly soon, there's going to be 7. So 3 people will not have seen it, but they will be voting on it. So whatever. And I would like to see the story pole with the ridge just in the front. So it's 2 poles and 1 piece of.
So the wall is not at 17 feet, and then it goes up to maybe 4 poles.
If you want 4 poles and show the slope,
Yeah, I think that would be.
My suggestion, based on what I hear, would be to rethink what you've got before you install storage poles that aren't going to necessarily help.
But can I explain something? We have a tiny lot to work with.
Yeah.
We don't have, you know, a 20,000 square foot lot. We have a 50 by 176.
That's accurate, absolutely.
lot.
I'm taking that into account here.
Right, and so because of that, we came up with a plan that would allow sunlight into a house, allow courtyards, allow the house to have an inside-outside feel. If we have a rendering of what the house looks like, one level with 2 ugly garages, again, it looks like a shack. So as far as the commentary, as far as Montecito not, you know, it not fitting in with Montecito, we are trying to create something that again, looks like it's been there for 100 years, that has charm, that has character. It's going to have an antique, you know, copper light that comes from France. It's going to cost an arm and a leg. You know, the materials that we choose, it will definitely fit in on oak. We are next to actually one of the ugliest houses in all of Montecito. And I'm not trying to be curt.
You're
I'm
being
just,
recorded.
That's, well, it's a rental property.
Yeah, maybe that neighborhood wouldn't agree.
You need to,
You need, you know.
you have made your presentation. We have made the comments in response to we will see you on the site. And you, at the site visit, you can make whatever comments you want. We are not permitted to comment.
Right.
We are permitted to ask questions. We need to have the mic on when we comment.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
And so we will see you out there. Do you have, do you have a planner or no?
Yes, we got Steve Connor.
Steve, yes, okay. And so,
So would it be any help if, to your point, that master, that hall 2 is too long? What about your idea of pushing the house back and putting in the 3 olive trees?
well,
That,
we
well,
are not
that's
here,
all that, yeah.
we are
this is
not
the
here to
first
be
time that we've
design
seen it.
board. We are
I
here
mean,
design review.
instead of
board.
like a double gate wall, a driveway gate, double wide to have the parking, would that suffice
We
to have
will-
a turning building
We'll
setback?
figure that
If
out.
you want to come in with multiple proposals for us to review, we can do that. Okay. I think everybody on the board's been practicing for at least 30 years, maybe 40. I mean, so we can read things pretty quickly. So, okay,
So further conceptual.
I think further conceptual, yes, everybody. And Chuck, maybe you want to show up at that site visit too? Chuck? Hello, anyway.
He's probably gone.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank
We will
you.
see you in a couple, 3 weeks, whatever that is, or a month or whatever. Steve Welton, okay, item number 4, 236 Miramar Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
What's going on?
Steve, is it correct that you don't have a planner yet assigned?
Yes, I'm actually going to address that right now.
Oh,
if you'd
okay.
like. So this is a vacant lot. I'm Steve Welton. I'll let the team introduce themselves.
Yeah, let them, yeah.
Hi, Brian King, project architect manager, number any, next year, get around.
We don't need, we think, we can, we will see it up there.
Right.
And then Annie.
And I'm Annie Chu, principal of True Gooding Architects.
Lisa Moffett, I work at Arcadia Studio with Puck Erickson.
Have a seat.
Okay.
And Puck may be
Puck is
joining us
on
from the,
Zoom.
maybe on the
Hi.
ether, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, you are. All right.
I am listening to every word.
Okay, so the reason we're here without a planner is this is a vacant lot currently, so we've received our Montecito growth management points allocation. You have a time limit, as you probably know, to submit. We plan to submit a land use permit shortly, but we haven't yet. And so in order to fulfill the requirements of the MGMO ordinance, we did file this application to get our concept review with you, and we expect to be filing a land use permit soon. What you'll see is a pretty modest 1-story, 60% FAR structure. Although we haven't filed for a land use permit, the team's been very diligent in meeting with local officials. The fire department's been out there a couple times with them. I've met with flood control, and they've met with each of their neighbors as well. And I think there is one comment letter, which I'm sure you can bring up when it comes up. But with that, I'll hand it off to Annie and whoever else wants to, or I think Puck's gonna go first, right?
No,
We'll
go
first and then.
Okay.
Brian's gonna take you through some of just the site descriptions, setbacks, such.
Can I interrupt you for a second? We had a comment letter. If you had the opportunity to see that yet?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
We all
Okay, would
did.
you please address that if you can?
We will.
Very good, thank
Yeah.
you. And I will read that comment letter, but
That's
just,
a better one.
All right, well, I just thought I could continue that, but keep looking for it.
So our site 236 Miramar is here. We just close to us, so just south on San Ysidro Road is one of your main public streets. And then going east, you can go to Mimosa Lane and Miramar, which intersects at that
I
corner.
think we know where it is.
Okay.
Okay, good. Well,
Okay.
I mean, listen, I've lived in this community for 60 years.
Right, we're new
And I've been at this job
Okay,
half of that.
Great,
So I think everybody on this board, it lives in
Robert, you know,
Montecito.
it
knows that little
Yeah.
private road,
We don't need
Okay, sure.
direction on how to
if you go south, to
On the
parcel,
aerial?
one note is that since that's Mimosa and Miramar, there's a long private driveway, approximately 650 square feet, that ends in a turnaround. That driveway serves 5 properties, including 236. And as Steve mentioned, we have talked to fire about access. We talked to flood district and water. And we have an arborist on board from Duke McPherson. So we have two major constraints at this site. One is that this is in the high hazard area, so it needs to be 2 feet above the advisory flood elevation. So it raises the building, but we want it to be a low profile building, and as well as the oak trees around. So if you can shift to the site plan to the left. These are all showing the existing trees. So there are quite a few oak trees around the wrapping from east to north, west, northeast. And these two are tall, slender eucalyptus trees, but these are all primarily oak trees around the site. So we've worked around these protected trees and tried to make nice residence here. Currently undeveloped, and Annie can go over the next sheet that shows some existing site photos.
That's just the area where, as I mentioned, we're at 60% here.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
at 60%. If you, yeah, we can go to the next sheet. Is this the one? Yeah, you can go to that. Okay. This site plan shows the different viewpoints. So starting from coming onto the street, this is really the narrow driveway that you can enter into the site. And that's a critical situation because for both fire access and just utility pulling into there, this is sort of where you can come in. So number one, let's go here. Here you see the view of that turnaround right there and the gate going into the property. Okay, if we go to back to the site plan, so I can orient you to the different views again. Number two, we'll be standing here looking north along. And so you'll see on the north side, you're standing at this kind of southwest end of the site. All along the west side are mature oaks, and these are the eucalyptus we're talking about. You can also see the north side view of the extent of the oaks there. Number three, over here, you now have your back against the west. So that would be up on the top here, if you can scroll up to the top of the page. Right there, yeah. So now on number three, you are now looking northeast. Your back is against the west stand of mature oaks. So you can see it is very, quite a bit of mature oaks going on here. Number four, which is this view here, you now are in the northwest corner with your back against the west, looking east. So this gives you the sense of also how much of our neighbors that we actually see and how much they see of us. Number five, and that you have to drop down to here. You now have your back against the east side, looking back at the west side, and here, this is the marker of that eucalyptus that you saw earlier. And finally, number six, you're now standing on the south end of the site, right there. And now you're looking north for the entire length of the site. The site itself drops about 6 feet from the north, sloping down towards the south. And that was a very important thing from us right from the start. We are working with Flowers, civil engineer. We're working with Arcadia because for us, this site is special. The asset is its landscape, and we have a client who's willing not to max out this property. And so it's a great opportunity for us to do what's right for the site. So we have all our local intelligence here working with us, and that establishes really why the massing is going to be where it is, which I will explain later. We have basically located, and you'll see in the plan later that we have located the small house a little bit closer to the west side under the guidance of Duke McPherson and our landscape architects. And on our own, we actually did a story poll so that the clients can also see how much of the mass there is and how much of that view shed are we covering. So we're very sensitive to that. So the next thing I would like to introduce is Puck Erickson is online right now. She's going to take you through the next plan, which is actually the landscape. And we'll come back to architecture after that. Puck, you're on.
Okay, thank you, Annie. I just think when you look at the overall plan, you can see that to me, the house really reflects the more modest cottages that have always populated this part of Montecito. And the stands of oaks are really, they kind of knit the neighborhood together. So we wanted to, frankly, leave the oaks just as they are, with the existing understory, which isn't really much of anything except oak duff. When you enter the property, it is a bit constrained due to the actual property lines. And so we wanted to come into a very simple gravel courtyard. There's a small carport. And as they said, the house had to be elevated due to FEMA restrictions. And so there is a language of stairs and floating decks that move you very quietly from the ground plane up to the finished floor elevation of the house that Annie can get into later. On the west side, where the curving path moves to the north, that is basically back of house. There's area that can be accessed so that people can get from the motor court to the northern property, but it's a planting that is going to be just very, very low ground covers in a bit of gravel, things like Westringia mundi and Arctostaphylos Pacific mist, Comprosma kirkii, that kind of thing, creating a texture that's just knitted together under the trees and allows this house to just float above it. And then as you get to the back, that is the north facing deck, which is more private, and there is a small carex meadow that winds around the path and moves into the bigger, more public area. This client is really oriented to a lot of family and friends. And so this is even though the house is small, they love to welcome people, and sort of reminds me of the 50s when we all lived in little houses, but we had lots of family and friends all the time. And so the area that you see is a large floating deck that then steps down in two ways. One, a series of lawn steps with stone or concrete noses, and going down into a lawn that is surrounded again by carex and ceslaria. And that we've already, because it's obviously very important, we always run preliminary Muello calcs to make sure that we are well under, not by 1%, but a fair amount, to make sure that our lawn and pool make the grade. And we're not intending on using a typical marathon fescue kind of lawn. We're going more towards UC Verde or Blue Grandma or something like that. But it would be mowed for a play area. And then you see two kind of curving lines to the east, and those are low, probably 30-inch cast concrete walls that would either be board form, or I'm hoping they could be like my favorite wall in the universe, the old stone and cast concrete wall that used to be on East Valley where you made the turn. Anyway, the idea of having stone and then casting concrete into it as well. And then beyond that, you step into really an existing landscape that was part of is part of this property, and the owners wanted to maintain it basically as it is, and wandering under the oak trees and then wrapping around to the north where there is a small sitting and viewing area where you can look back to the south. And then there is a small orchard in the southeast corner. And as you see south of the floating deck, there are raised beds that are part of their everyday function because they're very passionate gardeners. And so they want their raised beds to be close to the house because they're going to use them a lot and they know how to make them look good. They will not be forgotten. And so that is pretty much where we've landed. As obviously this is just concept, but I think it shows the general direction that we're going.
Thanks, Puck. May we go to the next page? We have begun working with civil on trying to maintain the natural drainage pattern on the site. What you see on the submittal there in terms of the cut and fill, it's not determined yet because it's also part and parcel of working with our structural engineer, Tom Hume, about how to actually float this building in consideration of, the debris flow and everything. So currently that cubic yardage that you see there was early on, someone assuming that we're going to build a continuous foundation and fill a whole platform, which we were not going to do. So we hope to be able to do something with our structural engineer that includes piles and raised kind of floor foundation and floor framing and lift this house and let a lot of the drainage happens below it. So we have invited ourselves to meetings with the flood district to really talk about and understand, how best to actually accommodate the debris flow while moving as little dirt as possible on site. So maybe go to the next page, which is the floor plan.
I don't know that we need to go through that.
Yeah.
It's important to just a brief statement on the floor plan itself, because that addresses the neighbor issue. If you can go back to the floor plan, I want to ask. This dotted line here is our setback. It's just on the west side, which is our neighbor. This is 10 feet. Our building on the west side is double that setback, is 20 feet away from the neighbor and in compliance with our arborist recommendation and all the guidelines of where we should site the building. We also put all the service elements on the west side, which means that there's no activity conflict, no big windows looking onto a neighbor. These are all service things, which you will see in the elevation, that there's minimum amount of windows. If there are windows, mostly they're clear story windows, which has no visual privacy issue. And even our trash area right here is enclosed and very far away from the yard. And it's going to be integrated as part of the material and fence of the entire building. So now we can go to elevations. Okay, so starting from this one, I can't read it, but it's, okay, sorry. So starting, this is the north elevation, which is basically the one that has quite a bit of glazing. It's 60 feet away from our fence. This is the bedroom. Okay. The building will be constructed and it will be finished with textured stucco. We're thinking about medium or heavy dash stucco, and also wood siding. And the roof will be a non-reflective, probably metal roofing, as low as we can get it and get the gutters in there. And as compatible color palette wise with all the existing landscape on site. That's our plan. On the west side, this is a good one to look at. If we can move over to the west elevation, this is the elevation that our neighbor to the west will see if they peer over the fence. Starting from the right-hand side, this is the property line. This is where the carport is. It's as low as possible because it doesn't have to be lifted for FBE. We are down at the grade. These are the stairs that lead to the first floor. This is the trash enclosure, clad in the same material, finished elegantly as the rest of the building. These are clear story windows onto bathrooms, laundry room. This is a laundry room ventilation window. This is a solid exit door out of the kitchen. This is a clear story window over the pantry and the kitchen area. And finally, as you move indented further from and at least 20 feet away from our neighbor, it's just a return of a ventilation window for the bedroom. Now, if we can move on to other elevations. It's very important for us to control the lantern effect that might come when you wanted to put a lot of windows. This is the east elevation. Again, this is like how many feet? 106 feet away from our east neighbor. And this incorporates the windows and doors of the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen area. This section is the bedroom. These are the decks and step-down terraces that Puck talked about earlier. The board form concrete planter, as well as here is the carport. We are working on the roof with our structural engineer to try to get this profile as low as possible. You're looking at a 10-foot ceiling building up here, about 11 foot above grade. And down here at the most up to the ridge, 19 feet from this ridge to that point, which is the highest point you can see the building. And of course, the carport very tucked in, very low. The final elevation, which is south right here. This is the approach elevation, top left, yeah. So when you come into the driveway, you will see the fence, you will see the side of the trash enclosure clad in the same material as the building. You will see this board form concrete planter combination with stair that leads you up to the entry of the building, which is a U-turn around this wood wall, clear story windows only here, and then the beginning of the living room windows, the floating deck that leads to the east, as well as these planters that Puck talked about earlier that ribs the kind of southeast corner of the building. And that's really it. Yeah.
Very good.
So to address I can address the neighbor's concern at the point when you want to read that.
Okay, very good. I think you already have, but we
can reiterate, you know,
yes,
for the record.
Okay, so questions, Bill, please.
So it's my understanding you pushed everything to the east because you wanted to maintain.
To the west, yeah.
Or the
The
west,
west, yeah.
because you wanted to maintain the existing landscape. To a great degree.
Right, yeah.
How long are your roof overhangs there? Especially where you on the glass on the east side. Are they consistent?
We're still working on that,
Yeah.
how that works with structure and the roof and clearance from the trees, but I think on the
deepest part may be like 9-10 feet.
Around 10 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that pretty average? And it looks like maybe on the west elevation there.
Short.
The west,
Short,
yeah,
yeah.
the west elevation, very, very short.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 3 feet. Yeah.
And then go back to the site plan there. And I know you have Duke McPherson. He's already reviewed your plan and
He's been on site with
Okay.
us. Yeah. And we actually did the story poll for him as well.
That's
As
for the plan
Yeah.
there, David. The new one, next one. The only reason I ask is there's a cluster there in that look on the west.
Right.
That's really close.
Yeah, he actually marked it for us when,
And he
yeah,
was fine with that. You're a
Right.
raised foundation too, you
we're
said?
raised, yeah, we like to get piles up there if
Oh,
we
so
can.
you're thinking it-
So we just started engaging soils. It's actually gonna be on site next week. And to try to find out so that we can get the information over to our structural engineer to see if we can just come down very lightly with the foundation. You know, all the time we'll be consulting with Puck and of course with Duke on
And
site.
I didn't notice, I don't know if Puck had added those in yet, but clearly there'll be some mitigation for that impact, right? So
Right.
We're aiming to be less than 20% of the critical root zone, so.
Yeah.
Of each of those trees, yeah, which it's a big tree, so it's a pretty big critical root zone. So we'll see
Yeah.
if we have to plant oak
Yeah,
trees.
but
for
you haven't
sure.
gotten there yet.
We haven't gotten
No,
there
we
yet.
haven't gotten there yet. And, you know, our full intention is to do what's best for the trees and under the advice of, you know, our local experts here.
And the limit of how far west you come, is that, I mean, you have wiggle room to go a little further east as well or not? Are you pretty, what's limiting kind of, you got the pool, that's the furthest development to
Right,
the east.
right.
What's the next piece of existing landscaping? You know, what I'm trying to get at is how far, if you could move it to the east,
Right.
where could you go?
Right.
And is there?
That's a very fair question,
No.
and I think that part of it, when we're on site, we spend a lot of time with the client and with Puck and Elisa and Duke on site, just positioning ourselves and looking at this east stand on mature oaks and wanted to have a sense of what is the correct distance to really be able to appreciate it. Right, when you get too close, it's like you go to a museum, you get too close to a painting, you can't see it, you gotta step back. So that was one of the criteria, and that's why we didn't want to build anything kind of in the center of the site. As well, we have a neighbor on the south. The neighbor on the south has a view north towards the mountain, so we get the mountain views when the oaks on the north are trimmed. And as part of just, you know, knowing that whoever owns the south property eventually will, you know, like to have that view shed too. So we are just being very careful about, you know, how far east we go, but at the same time, on the west-hand side, we try to, again, like you saw me explain earlier, we don't do windows on the west side hardly. We step back twice the setback, we step back guidance of the, you know, under arborist, how far we can encroach on the west side. And so, you know, whether the house is right now actively on the market or not, it doesn't matter. It is actively on the market. So I understand that the neighbor is protecting the interests of a future owner as well when he send that email out as well. But as you can see, it's, you know, we are being very sensitive to that issue and being very careful to give a wide berth and satisfying, you know, quite a few masters here, right? Do what's right for the trees.
Questions? Robert, please, questions?
How far is the neighbor's house from the property line on the west?
David, can you go and do
Dave, well, I was gonna ask
Sheet
Dave.
one, you can see that.
Maybe on the aerial,
Sure.
yeah.
On the front page, at the very beginning, and he can blow, okay,
Yeah.
can you
just
blow
the-
that up,
just the
David?
left of that
The
red.
aerial.
Yeah,
Actually, the aerial.
yeah, no, the picture,
Yeah, he sees it.
Yeah.
The Google map.
Google Earth.
yeah, that. Can we blow that? Yeah, that, see, if we blow that up, we can
So
actually
the
see.
white structure.
The white
is the neighboring.
structure is our neighbor.
The white building, I think, is the neighbor. Yeah.
2-story.
So can you make that a little bit big? Oh, there
It's
was
taller than one,
Yeah,
yeah.
because I already looked at this earlier yesterday.
So Robert, is there a question in here?
No, I just wanted to get a sense of the proximity and.
Okay, Claire, questions, please?
Yeah, are there any oaks to be removed?
None.
No.
No,
Are the eucalyptus trees staying?
Yes.
They're going.
yes, and we,
Okay. Have you met with flood control to find out what flood controlled numbers are for this lot.
We did.
And what is it?
I don't know the number, but
How, what it, you know, I mean, because
How much higher do you need?
How
to-
much higher do you have to go?
2 feet above the advisory flood elevation, so we have an exhibit, so. What constrains us is the north, as the further north we get, the higher the whole building needs to go if we want to maintain.
So I'm just asking the question though, what is your flood control?
It ranges from about 2 foot on the back to, as the slope comes down, the building will be
she's not
5
asking.
feet above.
You
above.
No,
understand what I'm asking?
and did you hear the answer?
Yeah, you're
5
asking
feet-
where our finished floor elevation is
5
relatively
feet.
great,
5 feet at the entry.
and
which is on
about
the
2.5
south.
feet on the uphill side.
right, it varies depending on, because of a lot.
Because the,
Okay.
yeah, because it follows the
Okay.
site, yeah,
5 feet,
Yeah.
yeah, where you drive in.
Okay,
right. Where we drive in, we're quite a
okay,
bit higher.
yeah, I'm just trying to get these,
Yeah.
I could get the question.
No, it's
Right.
an excellent.
That's a good
Yeah.
question,
I'm
so you
trying to
can get
find
a
out
sense of
what's going on.
what
here.
we're dealing with. And that's why, you know, we're saying that the lower we are towards the south and towards the west, the lower the building will be.
Okay, anything else, please?
No, I think that's all I have on my list right now.
Huck, are you still there, please?
Also,
I am.
can we just zoom into the area one more time? I just wanted to talk about, and not just our neighbor to the west, because he raised
I
something,
think
but our
we're
neighbor.
having, we're doing questions.
Can we
Okay,
finish
yeah,
this?
please, yeah.
On the western property line, what kind of perimeter hedging are you planning? Huck, please.
On the western edge, we're doing a combination of Laurus nobilis and Rhamnus alaternus as the main sort of backbone. That's what we're thinking of right now. Things that are compatible with one another, but don't create just a hedgerow either for the neighbor or for our clients. We want it to be much more natural.
When I look at that site plan, particularly the southwest corner, I think it says 21 or something like that. That doesn't look like a very wide landscape area. Have you thought about the fact that that seems fairly constrained, please?
Yes, we acknowledge that it's a little tight, but I've had really good luck with Rhamnus alaternus getting to 10 feet and 3 feet wide. So I think in that particular area, that section would be mainly Rhamnus.
Okay, thank you. Public comment. We do have a public comment letter, please. Dave, okay, so if I can summarize it, we've been talking about it the whole time. This neighbor is concerned about the proximity to the west and is asking whether or not we could suggest that the building be moved to the east. I think that's basically it, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board on item number 4, 236 Miramar Avenue, please?
No additional hands up.
Okay, so comments. We are here for concepts. We have one comment letter. We have a single-story building. Let's go back through the same order, but we have a single-story building that's up 5 feet as you drive up to it. Right, from the south side. So, yeah. I love flood control.
Yeah,
Okay.
we love it.
We love it, we love it.
So, Bill, same,
From good, I guess.
what?
Flood control.
Yeah.
Good.
God bless
Yeah.
flood control.
So I like the house design, I like the structure. I have no problem with that. I think it's well done. Single story, love that. I do have a little bit issue with how, and irregardless of what the neighbor's concern is, it just feels to me, my first inclination is that it feels a little too far pushed toward the west, and I would encourage whatever could be done to get it to move toward the east a bit without sacrificing some of the existing landscaping you're trying to maintain. I'm concerned about that oak that's kind of those cluster of three there. I mean, it looks so close. We trust Duke McPherson's information.
Right in that corner, that's a eucalyptus.
Oh,
Tall now.
I'm talking about that. Is
Yeah,
that-
That's a
those are
eucalyptus,
used-
yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why I said they're close.
That's the
Oh,
eucalyptus.
okay, that's oak there, then that's,
Yeah.
okay. Well, that's a little better, but nonetheless, and I'm not asking, move 20 feet, I'm saying
Right.
just a little more to get off that property edge. I think it'll help, a lot of this maneuvering, and I mean, it feels a little cramped in here to me. And by pulling that back off 5, 6, I don't know how many feet it would take, but just gives you a little more area in there to feel more comfortable, I have a little more elbow. And
Yeah,
that's just,
That's a good point.
yeah.
I mean, we have.
Okay, we are in
Okay.
comments. Anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, comments, Robert, please.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, practically speaking, just for getting in and out of the carport. And I'm always concerned about, this parking space that's in the setback to the west is gonna be used. And, you've got setbacks are to keep uses away from the property line, and so the more you could push to the west, the
To the
better.
east.
I mean, to the east, exactly. And, yeah, the architecture is nice. I forgot there's a metal roof, right?
Yeah, I think it's just a higher severity fire concern, versus other types of roofs. Yeah.
What's the, outside material again?
It's heavy or medium dash stucco and wood cladding, wood siding.
No, architecturally a nice project. Practically, I'd like to see it go to the east.
Okay.
Are you done?
Yes.
Claire, please, comments.
Well, I kind of gonna tag on to what, I feel like this, I mean, you've got a nice sized lot, it's covered in gorgeous oak trees. And then you've taken this house and scrunched it into one corner of the lot. And I think this house needs to move east, and get the drive, honor the setback line. They have, everything should be pushed over, and I don't see any reason the design of the house itself is lovely, and, you've respected all of the oaks, but to squeeze this house into one corner of the lot is just, I would like you to actually, before you come back, look at that.
Okay, we will, and I,
Yeah.
respect all your
Because all of
comments.
the
Yeah.
paving and everything is all crunched in here, everything's crunched in, and and it's over the setback.
It's not.
No, we're twice away from the setback.
We're
The
20 feet.
setback is 10, we're 20.
No, the paving is in the setback.
Oh, the paving, yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah.
paving,
But that's-
the
that's
building.
paving in the
Yeah.
setback, but yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I understand that,
Yeah.
but, normally, you've been around for a
Yeah.
long time, we don't normally, in Montecito, we don't do all the paving in the setback.
Yeah.
Just because we can.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like, here in Montecito, this,
Yeah.
we really try to honor the setbacks. Keep everything inside the setback, not out to the edge.
Understand.
Yeah.
May I just add one? point? No, okay.
So I think the comments, I forget your name, I'm sorry. Brian. Yeah. He said it's 5 feet out of the ground on the south since we have a flat floor. And This is a sloping site, 6 feet from north to south. Part
Correct.
of the introduction that you made to us. And I think driving up, we have hardscape on the left, on the south and on the west, right there as you drive up. We're gonna see 5 feet. And then we're gonna start seeing things above it. I think that that's a hard nut to crack. And I think it's a needlessly hard nut to crack. And I would love, now I understand the deck, which is to the east of the main residence area, and the living room, excuse me, the bedroom is all level. And there is an elegance to that. I get that. I really do understand that. I don't know if that should be the driving force to as tough an elevation driving in on the southwest as it is. If you, in my own house, I've got 2 steps that are probably 8 inches, 16 inches of height difference, 15, something like that. And yes, it makes it very hard to take a wheelchair across that, but I haven't seen a proposal here that has a wheelchair lift or anything like that. So I have to assume that you are thinking about ambulatory people. And so I think that if you could, David, can you go, so can I see farther to the north? Yeah, so if there could be some stairs where.
Between the living and the dining per se, that's where the residents.
Right there.
Yeah,
If you could get a series of stairs right in there, steps, not stairs.
okay.
I think you could drop this house down and it would be really a heck of a lot more inviting, compelling. You've already got all of these steps out here. You could then just transfer some of those steps up into this region here.
Okay.
And I think it'd be a done deal. In terms of east and west, the driving force, the case you're trying to make is, I want to be able to look from here and probably more from while you're out here and get a 30-degree sight, tunnel vision out to here. I understand that. I don't think 5 feet, 7 feet is going to make any difference at all. I would like you to take the entire thing personally and move it to the east, 5 feet, 7 feet, something. Give Puck enough room down here to really get a true hedge. And she says, I don't want it to be a hedge. I want it to be a little natural. It's really hard to get something natural when you have these boundaries, but if you've got a little bit wider, you can make it. So anyway,
Good
thank you
point,
very
good
much.
point.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And we will see you, concept, preliminary.
I think they need to come with concept.
So, sure.
Concept.
Yeah, I think they know what we're asking
Yeah.
for, so I could give a concept.
No.
I mean, or coming back.
It's coming,
back.
yeah.
Back for preliminary.
I think it should come back for preliminary.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
Well,
may not get it.
We understand what you're looking for, though.
yeah,
You may
Yeah.
not get it, but you cannot get it if we don't agendize.
Yeah.
No, if we don't agendize you
Right,
for it.
right.
So good luck. We'll see you back.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Sure, we take 5 minutes.
Yes, we can.
That's good.
Thank you.
We're going to
Thank
take a
you.
5-minute break.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so item number 5, 789 Park Lane, I would like to comment about this. There was a series of questions about FAR and this and that. The driving issue about that was a cabana, which is not there any longer. As I understand it, you're actually reducing the square footage a little tiny bit.
Correct.
And therefore, even though it's 120 or so,
Yes.
by the net result is he's reducing it. So all of those comments about MBAR has concerns regarding floor area ratio, I believe has gone away.
Are you
So,
looking, we're looking at this one?
yes, we are.
So we're not gonna, we don't.
He has taken away the thing that was causing the overage. So he has a net reduction in square feet on the site.
So we're no longer asking him to
No.
provide the FAR study or
It's irrelevant.
all of that is irrelevant. Okay.
And from my personal point of view, I think this is a relatively straightforward project at this point. So
Okay,
if you can be brief and I think you can. move this on.
I will be brief. It's an exterior remodel and associated site work to revise the exterior to respond to interior changes that have happened. The existing house is historic but unremarkable. We're updating and bringing in some aesthetics to it. As mentioned, our FAR went from 122 to 120. It's existing. We took some closets and things off of the decks that contributed to that. So we can go to the next slide. So this is that's the site plan. So basically what's happening is that the house is in the middle of the lot. We're proposing to rebuild a south, the south deck there off of the main rooms. It's smaller than it was. It used to be a deck over open framing, and then we're introducing a new deck to the rear and a pool surrounded by a lawn area that addresses opening up the back of the house to views of the principal amenity of the site, which is the backyard. It's also in a FEMA zone. The house happens to be at the finished floor level that is recommended. And so what we'd like to do is change the construction of the south facing deck to be a deck over fill rather than open, and then introduce fill to the rear yard, also to help make it a defensible in the FEMA zone. So we go to the next one.
Do you have an exhibit for us?
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is it right here.
There it is.
So this is the house. What we're doing is we're extending the character of the house by enclosing an existing patio area here with a nice big oak tree. So, and then over here, we're also tending to feather the project into the landscape with some steps down to a fountain here. But this is the living room and the dining room, and then the informal areas of the house are in the back. They go to a new outdoor zone that has a pool, and then it's all of the fill is contained within retaining walls, and we're doing a 30-inch drop, so we don't have railings here, but we can see across to a historic site wall and an existing orchard.
So all of this is existing here? All of this
Negative.
grading?
No, the house right now, if you look at the elevations, you can go to the next one, I think. Keep going. There you go. So you look at the back of the house, right? It's out of the grade by about 7 feet.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And so what we're doing is we're building right, and there's no access, no way from the inside of the house to see through to the principal amenity. So what we've done is we opened the back of the house, added a terrace that's consistent with the south side, and then put a pool in a lawn area, and then did some terraced walls so that we don't have handrails, and that way it feathers into the existing landscape. So we've got like 1,400 cubic yards of import, but 6 of it is under this side, which used to be open framing below, but it's vulnerable because of the overlay that we're in. So we're just making it defensible around adding some use to the that it didn't have previously, and kind of engaging that rear yard amenity. So the elevations then are just moving forward with some of the simple rustic sort of aesthetics. We're using tile and brick as our ornament, and just arranging it in patterns that we've seen before, and you can keep going now. Next one, I guess, yeah. So this is what we've done. We've sent the tile out that was around the front door. We're having that reproduced. It's gonna go back around the front door, doing some custom lighting. As you can see, the fireplace and grills and things are just made out of pavers. And it's all just kind of moving forward in aesthetic that's based on real simple materials.
Can we go to Google Earth or something to more clearly understand this grading and how this sits on the?
We have a civil plan also, and we've done the tier.
You may not see much because of the trees.
Well, that's what I want to see.
Did you have photos of the back?
There's photos of the backyard, but they're principally looking toward the neighbors, which, you know, it's a heavily landscape perimeter. And what we're doing is we're going through and where there's open zones to the understory, we're plugging those.
Google Maps, we got to stare.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Google Earth is really, they're way behind nowadays. You know, they're useless. Yeah. Yeah, if we just go to Google Maps, we can zoom in on it. Yeah,
And then go to
yeah, go down to the layered one, yeah.
And so most of this buildup is behind, you won't see it from the street.
None of it. And the south deck, as you can see, is larger now. We're reducing that, and the fill that's there won't make a physical difference to the perceived property.
It's very well screened from Park Lane.
Yeah.
You don't see it at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you have anything else you wanted? You're on for concepts,
Correct.
so do we need to say anything else?
And it did, in the minutes, the number 7 says provide landscape plan detail. Do you
Yeah.
have a landscape plan?
Yeah. It's in the set. There's our survey. And then we've got grading. So this is our tier 1. You know, we're controlling all the water.
Yeah, no, I was.
And then there's a landscape
there's
from
the
Sam.
landscape plan. Okay,
Sam did it, yeah. And basically, you know, we've got screen materials that are happening on the perimeter to help reinforce the privacy, neighbor to neighbor privacy. We've got a subtle but reconsidered a front entrance with this little oval court, and then we're bringing some olive trees in, and then that raised plinth where the pool is. We're doing grass and a couple trees around there just to kind of mark the corners.
So this is grass.
This is grass all here, yeah, and then this is paved and this is paved so that, you know, it doesn't have a lot of paving, and as I said, once we get beyond bringing that site amenity up at the floor level, we're terracing down and then feathering into the landscape.
Yeah, no, I can tell the drawing.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so questions, Claire?
I don't think I have any questions.
No questions.
I was curious, Britt, so are you building a retaining wall back in here then to backfill against it? Because isn't that raised foundation?
It's raised foundation. We haven't gotten there yet,
Oh,
but
so
I think that's what's gonna happen.
Maybe a new footing or whatever.
It'll have to be some type of a wall.
That whole perimeter.
Yeah.
back
It's
even
gonna
over
be
to
the
that.
same thing as the pool, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that we decided to backfill a pool to resist the, you know, the surge, and then so we'll have a similar situation
Same
over there.
thing against
Yeah.
buildings.
Yeah.
No other questions.
Robert, questions?
No, I don't think so. What year was the house built?
It was in the 30s, I think. We had Jake Harlander did a report. It's like I said, it's old, but unremarkable.
It was in, the report was in our file.
Yeah.
Which I read at least portions of it.
It's right
And,
there.
yeah, just the first couple of paragraphs right there. The proposed building will not result in a significant impact of historic.
Got it.
places.
Okay. No more questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment, there is a public comment letter, please.
Oh, I
And,
didn't read this.
okay, it actually wasn't, anyway.
Oak trees.
Okay, so. Do I need to read it for everybody? Okay, yeah. So are we all okay with that?
Well, the oak trees. Are you on track to ask that, are you changing any oaks in the back here? So you're not taking out any oaks or?
No.
And are you providing any kind of a landscape?
I actually had an opportunity to talk with them on the phone, and what we talked about was the fact that, you know, the olive trees at the property line have grown, and so there's an understory that doesn't screen. So Sam's gonna come in with other olive trees that are lower or even a dwarf species, and we're gonna plug those holes, and we'll work with them on that. But obviously, my client wants privacy too, so it's gonna happen.
So
And that's
we'll
part of
put
the
that
landscape plan.
freely.
It's part of the landscape plan on here, yeah.
Olivia, are you here, please?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
As you know, I requested that this comment letter be put in this folder this time, correct?
Yes,
Would you please make sure it comes in the folder again when he comes back for prelim, so we can make sure that we get everything addressed?
yes, will do. I'll make a note of that.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, we're on. Thank you, Olivia. So we are on for concept. I believe we're ready for prelim.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't think, I think that there's enough about site and this, and that. I don't think we should take a preliminary final next time. And then we will get you on final on consent. There's a 99% chance you're gonna end up here.
Okay,
Okay, but it's not at the full board for the final.
I know, it's okay. Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward and all the information is there. We're just gonna bring in our construction details and it'll be a final level presentation when I come.
Good. Good. Okay, anything else? Are we good? Okay, very good. Thanks so much. Okay, item number 6, 1486 East Valley Road.
That was nice. I like that.
Yeah, that helped a
I
lot.
love those things.
Thank you,
It's so much it's so much easier to understand.
To be here with you.
This
too.
was the
Okay, here we
old
go.
firehouse and it's now Restoration Hardware. So did you get a chance to do a site visit?
Yes, I did.
Okay, excellent.
I went and looked at both sides
Okay.
that you told me to go look at.
Okay. So we have comments. So site visit and story polls required, which we did. MBAR appreciates applicants' desire to maintain the existing character of the structure. Concerns regarding parking area, layout size, parking, ADA accessibility, etc. Restudy exterior fireplace in the patio area. Concerns regarding of the glass roof trellis, reflectivity and cleanliness, restudy roofing material. One member suggested utilizing canvas. Restudy entrance, I believe that was the rear entrance, ensuring consistency with the historic character of the structure. Determined if solar panels will be required. We have had a site visit. Sorry about 2 weeks ago, but
It's okay.
yeah.
Everyone feeling well? I'm glad to see you, Claire. I'm Nicole. I'm the agent for the applicants who are here, Mike Resnick and Michael Avalone from RH. So as you just described, there's some comments we'll be responding to from the previous conceptual presentation. We're here again for concept with the hopes of going to preliminary, maybe even preliminary final next time. You guys let us know. The proposal hasn't changed, but we've definitely responded to the items that you mentioned, specifically the rooftop equipment placement, the landscape, the lighting, and that patio treatment, both the fireplace and the trellis aspects. So we'd love your comments on that today specifically. Yeah.
So I'd like to go through our site plan and then maybe go towards the back of the package, which goes through all our landscape and lighting improvements. This sheet here indicates the proposals for the project. Starting on the east side, there's an existing trellis structure that we would be replacing and adding a decorative fireplace flanked with olive trees. Over the second story addition to the building that was in the 90s. We will have a kitchen exhaust fan that we mocked up on site. Previously, we were looking at our makeup air unit to be placed at that rear entrance. Since then, we've moved it to here, which we mocked up on site. Improvements to the frontage of the site includes 2 gates for a drive entrance, a pedestrian gate, removal of a non-historic planter that is existing, rearranging and removing some palm trees that are existing and replacing with date palms. Those have an 18-foot brown trunk height. Redoing some landscaping, keeping the retaining walls existing, replacing the brick areas on the site with a sandstone paver. And we go to the next page. If we start down here, kind of zoom in on this rendering, this is indicative of the proposal for the project, kind of daytime flanking palm trees. The existing large palms would remain. New patio space here. If we scroll up the page to the rendering above, this is indicative of the lighting for the property. So existing sconce lighting would remain on the building. Any additional lighting proposed for the front here would be landscape lighting. So we've got lighting that would highlight the palm trees here and here. We've also indicated 2 additional new sconces on these piers that would match in character to these existing sconces that are on the building. We go up to the next page or the next image. This is the rear entrance. These 2 lights are existing, so those would remain. The only change we're looking at here is replacing the patio brick area with large pavers. These planters would flank the entry. Those would be RH product merchandise. If we go over to the left, this is the proposed gate entrance and pedestrian gate. This is the existing accessible route into the building, which we would maintain. We've worked with the fire department on clearances here. We're proposing likely a push button here to operate the gate to have our required clearances to maneuver through the gate. Landscaping improvements here. And here is boxwood hedge clipped on the perimeter of the retaining wall that would be existing. And then this right there is the addition of the screening for the makeup air unit, which we've mocked up on site. It's on the flat roof portion of the wing there. If we scroll down to the other renderings, so these 2 renderings are the east patio. The existing fenestration on this patio was installed in the 90s. So we would be replacing the openings there with 3 paired doors. These windows are existing and would remain. New lighting there as well would match the existing lighting in type and quality on the building. New trellis structure. So this is a new configuration to a trellis structure that's there that would be coming out. We'd go back in with this wood structure with a glass rooftop. We're looking at non-reflective materials. The furniture and lighting you're seeing is proposed RH merchandise and products. So we typically will have chandeliers and products that we have in our restaurants and cafes. We scroll down. This is a view of that same area looking towards the fireplace. So we've also mocked that up on site. It's under our 6-foot height limit within our 5-foot setback. It's a small decorative kind of ventless fireplace that would be installed there with a smooth sort of stucco finish to match similar to the stucco on the building.
Can we go back up to the cafe view? I'm sorry. I just want to make a note. You guys received a memo from our planner, Tatiana Cruz, confirming that we just yesterday received a memo from our historian who confirmed that the change in fenestration on this wall in particular doesn't impact the historic nature of the building because that had already been changed once in the 90s. So I just want to reiterate that. And her memo also mentions that the parking is being restriped and we're working with them to make sure it's compliant. And as we proposed it, it does meet the ordinance requirements.
Yep.
and the building and safety requirements.
And no solar panels.
This wasn't in our, we didn't get.
No,
Oh,
this
you
is
didn't?
not in our
Oh,
file.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
well,
Well, well, you said it just came, that's the thing, normally, all of these planner memos are usually in our
Yeah.
file as we're reviewing the thing.
Yeah.
This is different.
Okay.
oh, and sorry,
So,
anything else?
We can skip to the lighting and landscape sheets. Those are the last 4 pages of the drawings.
part 4.
Whatever you're
Called
thinking.
part 4.
Did you show the rendering from the back also with the hood piece? I didn't see that. I saw.
I don't know that he did that.
Right.
We just have it on this side there.
While we're here, though, could we just, Dave, could you zero in on not the dark, not the night one, but the lower one? Can we?
Yeah.
Zero, it's like, yeah, I just kind of wonder, so the gates, so that's the back of all the other buildings, right?
Goes to the back. Goes to the back.
I just didn't kind of remember that. Being there, I always thought.
It's interesting because it was approved at one point, in fact, very, very similar, but it was never installed. And if
Oh,
you
okay.
notice, I think this is an interesting detail, the pattern of the gate, it actually matches the screening on the tower. So I think it's a neat little pickup.
And so there is, I think, an asymmetrical palm tree on the left-hand side, a single. I think there's a single on the right-hand side. No, not there. I think it's further to the east. But so these 4 gate palms, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are new.
New.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I had asked all the members, not you, you weren't there, to step across the street and take a look at this so that we'd be able to chat about this particular arrangement, okay? So lighting, please.
Sure. So lighting is the last page in this presentation, in these drawings.
I think it's broken into 4.
Underneath those palm trees, is that a little tiny hedge, is that it's right there?
Correct.
Possibly.
So if we could kind of zoom in, maybe we'll start here in the bottom of the plan. So I should say all the lighting that we're proposing is consistent with standard lighting fixtures that RH uses on our project. So what you're seeing is FX5s, you're seeing 2 of them at these palm trees in this
Pointing
plan.
up,
Pointing up at the.
pointing up.
Pointing up there.
That's fine, that's fine. We're gonna chat about this.
Yeah.
Pointing up.
They are, all the lighting is dimmable and tiltable. The FX5s have a 30-degree tilt on them. Anything that's a GS, that's a decorative sconce. There's 7 new sconces on this side of the building, 2 of them being on the gates here. And then
70.
7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Can you go to see this side of the building here? So they're right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2 at the gate. That's for illumination on our pathway here.
Were those the ones that were found?
Yeah, there's actually existing sconces left over that are in the fire hose towers sitting up there that we would reinstall. There's 2 small little lamppost lights here and here at this gate that would be refurbished as well. The FX6s that you're seeing on the site are a small landscape lighting that is adjustable with snoots, and it highlights our boxwood planters. FX10s are lights within the trees, and these shine down on kind of our pathways and product merchandise. You'll notice here, we've got FX6s as well to complement the additional lighting, landscaping here, FX8s, which are stake mounted and they highlight the olive trees.
Pointing up.
pointing up to the tree canopy, yes. FX9s are on the trellis structure here, pointing down on the table. And if we could keep scrolling down the plan. The other way towards the street. There's 2 additional lights here within this patio to highlight this area. There's an existing sconce there and there that would remain, and then some other landscape lighting along the edge here.
Picture of those light fixtures in there.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Is it on this sheet or is it in the full set?
It's in the specs.
It's in the spec, so
Attachment.
it's an attachment to
It's on
the
the
drawings.
set number 4. There's set,
He's
What?
got it there.
okay, but there's pictures of set number 4.
Yeah, so these are the light specs here.
Okay.
So anything with an X, FX is exterior. So these FX5s are ERCO fixtures. These would be at the front highlighting the date palms. They are tiltable and dimmable. We dim all our lighting to lower levels. We don't like a lot of hot spots on our landscaping. If we can just run through kind of all of these fixtures.
Brown accessories.
These are our FX6s, so these are placed along where we have boxwoods to kind of give some illumination to the boxwood at night. It also gives us a nice backdrop for placing furniture in front of the boxwood and merchandise. You'll notice they have kind of ways to kind of conceal the light source, and they're adjustable as well.
Okay, is that the end of your presentation, please?
Yeah, that's all we have.
Okay, sure. Okay. Questions, Robert, please. Questions?
No questions.
Bill, questions?
I know you did the mock-up of the hood on the back there. Is that different than what we saw in the field? Are you gonna screen it or is this gonna sit on top?
So currently it's still mocked up with the way we're showing it in the drawings. We'd like some feedback on that and see if there's adjustments. we need
Could
to
it
make.
be screened and still function properly?
It could, yeah, we could look at a metal shroud that we could paint.
Would it have to be a perforated metal or could you do a solid?
We could do solid.
Okay, I
Yeah.
just was curious, the different materials. You said in the front there, you're taking the planter away and then it was gonna be a patio. Are you doing tables and chairs and dining out there?
No, we'd like to kind of open that up and allow views into the store,
So
so
it's not
there's
part of an outdoor seating area.
there's no merchandise plan for that
Yeah.
front
Or
area.
eating.
Yep, yeah, no
Uh,
eating.
And the trellis it's probably got a steel frame and you're gonna clad it with wood.
Correct.
So it's gonna look like wood timbers essentially.
Yep.
And some kind of concealed hardware, which we'll get into the detailing of that at some point. The front, in terms of the palms, is the date palm a historic? Well, no, the 4 new ones
The
are,
one on the right
is an
there.
existing date
It
palm.
is there.
And aren't they? What are the ones that are being removed? Is there a historical element to the palms, in other words?
There's no.
Of any sort?
No.
The old ones taken out or the new ones coming in? Okay.
Yep.
So that didn't have any effect on the history of this. Okay.
Historian confirmed that in her report, right?
Yep. Yeah, they were Kintia palms.
Okay. And then is the concept on the gate to remain open during business hours? I think we talked about that at the site.
It would,
So
yeah,
it'd really be in an open position most of the time, I guess?
most of
or-
the time, yeah.
Okay.
Mostly closed at night when the store is
It's
closed.
closed, okay.
It's really just a way for us to kind of highlight the entrance. It's not that we need it for a security standpoint, but it's more of
yeah.
a decorative element.
And
Bill, can I just stop you for 1 second? Who from your team is here online? So I just got a text from one of my staff saying that there might be an issue with the audio. Can we just confirm that the,
Our lighting designer is on, our
so
historical
anyone
consultant is on.
online, can you just confirm that you can hear us? Because I could see output going in. I just want to make sure that people can hear us.
Anybody out there? Can you hear us?
Kimberly, can you hear us?
Hi.
Yeah, the mechanical engineer's here.
I can hear you as well. Historian can hear you.
Sorry for interrupting you.
you.
I just wanted,
No,
I didn't want you to have to repeat anything.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I lost my chain of thought. What was I
Sorry,
gonna
Bill.
ask? Oh, yeah, gate, we were talking about open during business hours. We're talking about palms. Yeah, but it just had to do with the gate. And I can't remember. Any closed during, yeah, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Claire,
Do we have questions or?
question.
I have to,
That's fine.
What is the material on, you've taken away the steps and now it's more like a ramp? What is that material? What is that made out of, that
The
ramp?
new material,
Yeah, what is that? I mean.
it's a sandstone paper.
It's a sandstone paver.
Mhm.
Okay. Why did you decide to do that? I mean, what was the impetus to take away the stairs that were there and now do a ramp?
From our standpoint, we want to open up the facade of the building and allow sight lines into the large openings. And the current planter that's there and brick stairs are not code compliant. And they are not historic or character defining feature of the site.
Okay, good.
So we want to kind of
Perfect.
clean it up and open up the facade.
Perfect. And are you, and is that ramp, I'm just calling it a ramp because that's what it is. And you're using sandstone pavers?
We're considering it. That's what we're showing now.
Yeah, I'm just I'm in my mind, you know, when it's wet. That's what I.
Got it.
you know,
Okay.
is that make sure that whatever that material is that you're proposing is not going to be really slippery
Mhm.
for people who are trying to go in and out of that building.
Got it.
That's, I mean, that could be a concern, that's a concern of mine, you know, that going, you know, because it's safer going upstairs than sliding down. Yeah.
We usually use a flamed and brushed finish on our stone, on a flamed or brushed finish.
Okay.
On our stone, so it's got a little bit of
well,
that.
just keep looking in that direction, because that's a concern, okay? And that's really the only question, because I've got my questions.
Okay, we're gonna have Bill would like a redo on his.
He's got it.
I remember that. It's getting old. I can't remember my question. Deliveries and pickup for furniture, clients and bringing material here. What's the plan for that? Do you
Yeah,
go
so
around the back?
we don't, it's not a cash and carry establishment, so people don't actually purchase furniture and take it with them out of the store. So pretty much when we set the store with furniture, when we open, that's when most of the deliveries will happen of furniture.
But you change out new stuff and
Every
new
few
lines
years.
come in and out.
Yeah, every few years. It's not like we change it out every few months. Any purchases that are made online through the gallery or online, and then stuff is delivered to the house, so it never actually comes through the.
So
the store.
if you did deliveries to get into the store, initially it'd be early morning or late at night or something like that, so it's not interfering.
Mhm.
Then the last question I have is signage. You're gonna keep, obviously, the old firehouse name there. Is Restoration Hardware gonna have some kind of a?
No, we're just looking at
plaques?
2 small plaques.
That's it.
We don't feel like putting a big flag on the building. We feel like people are gonna come here because they know about the building and they know that we're here. We don't need to advertise any other signage than what we're showing, these 2 plaques.
Okay.
So all the existing address and firehouse sign would stay.
Okay, great, that's all. Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Okay. I have a series of questions. In most commercial restaurant environments, they have a place where delivery trucks can stop, unload their food. Where is that, please?
That is behind the building.
It is. So you've talked with your suppliers and they can get down that narrow driveway and get their trucks back out.
We have not brought on a supplier yet.
Okay.
We briefly discussed Giordano's as a potential supplier, but we haven't reviewed the operations with them yet.
Okay. Trash. State now requires 3 bins, right? Trash, recyclables, and organics. As I understand it, they require bins.
Ooh,
I don't see a place on here that you account for that. I have brought this up before. You have not answered that yet, please.
Okay, so we have a smaller trash enclosure here. We've had a few
That
calls.
can maybe carry 1 bin.
This can carry 6 carts with
No, bin,
board.
bin.
We did meet with Marburg on
And
site
what'd
and
they say?
did a Zoom call afterwards, and they are okay with carts. We're doing 6 there and maybe 4 in the other one to serve the retail.
Yeah.
And they'll be rolled down the driveway on pickup days, on collection days.
So you're gonna have carts sitting in front of your building on pickup days.
At the end of the driveway.
Oh, that's lovely. Okay.
They can't,
They're larger
trucks don't fit down the
Can't get back
driveway,
there.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
More frequent.
There's a reason that we're
well,
asking you for.
it happens at my house too. I have to wheel all my trash down my road because Marburg won't drive up my road.
They
let
will
us
for a
know-
fee.
They did let us know there were other customers they did that for in the
Yeah.
area.
Is the architect online, please?
He's not, he's.
Okay,
unavailable.
so do you know if we're gonna have a public comment here that's representing that this is a change of use. I think it's a B to a B, okay, for anybody that knows about the building code. But I'm wondering if you change the material at the south entrance. The handicap codes are very clear that you need a 5-foot flat, 1/8 of an inch slope maximum in any direction, and then you can slope. My guess is that when you get out that 5 feet, you then are triggering handrails because the slope is too steep to not have handrails. Has anybody looked into that, please? First of all, is that a requirement or not by changing the materials? And I don't know if this is a change of use or not. It's a building code question, sir, as much as anything, okay? Not zoning.
We're talking about the front.
Yeah.
front access,
This side right here,
right.
I know this building, and so you don't have the 5 feet and then the ability to get. And so have you looked at, the question is, have you looked at that, please?
Could you clarify which area you're referring to? Are you referring to this area?
Right here.
Yeah.
Right there. Right.
So it's that same area that I'm concerned about.
Oh.
So
That's that ramp.
if 5 feet, this is not 5 feet. This is like 3.5.
Mhm.
And if you think about how big that is, they require a 5-foot
Landing
Landing.
at the door.
at the door.
Gotcha.
And at the end of the ring.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but the sidewalk would be.
That is.
Yeah, if it's flat. Which
Do you want
it
to
looks
answer
like
this?
it is.
Okay, so believe me, you don't want to answer it unless you're an architect, and you don't even want to answer it if you
Well,
are an architect.
The short answer is that's not the ADA entrance.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Every entrance must be accessible if it is possible. You are now required to make every entrance accessible. You can't say the people that are lower class because they're in a wheelchair don't have this access. We can't say that. Okay, so please review that. Okay, then I have a series of other questions. If I were to say that I'm not going to be able to support the glass roof over the patio, I just can't do it, what would your response be, please?
We've looked at canvas there as well. So we could easily look at a swag kind of canvas. in
And
lieu
you
of
would
a-
be open to that idea,
We would be, yeah.
okay? If I were to say that the exterior brick material here, I don't know if it's, that used to be a driveway way back when. It was probably not brick, but it has been brick for a long time. Is critical to me to get an approval. Would you consider leaving, you'd have to reset all of the brick, but put in brick there? Or do you really believe that this is important for you to have?
We don't see brick as part of the palette for this building. And the brick is not historical or a character defining feature of the firehouse.
Okay. Lighting. Maintain and preserve the semi-rural, low-intensity residential character of the neighborhood. Since I've been on the board, we have never approved in any location an uplight. Are you aware of that? That's the question. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
Now you are.
Now I am.
If I were, okay, now, this is too much to know. But my wife took off on an airplane at 5 o'clock in the morning, this morning. And I says to myself, I've never seen this building really in the dead of night. So coming back from dropping her off at 4 o'clock at the airport, I drove by this puppy around 4:30. And you know what light was on? This
That
light
one.
right here. That was it.
Mhm.
Why should I vote for any lighting besides this one light if we're trying to maintain and preserve the historical quality or the semi-rural quality of this community? Why should I do that, please? That's the question. I'm giving you an opportunity to make your case.
I mean, there's other existing lighting on the building, not just that front one. There's two
This morning,
sconces.
the only light that was on was this light right there.
Okay, well, there's no one operating the building right now, so that might have been part of the reason.
Yeah, we were trying to conserve energy while we're not occupied.
There's
Um,
existing landscape lighting on the existing palm trees, so we see that as a feature that we'd like to enhance and uplight. That's not something that's super critical to us for the massing or the architecture of the building. We could easily look to adjust
You're
that.
saying that the existing,
There is some.
There's existing landscape
It
lighting.
was
It's
never approved, I'm
it's
sure.
in pretty bad shape. It looks like it's been a little bit in disrepair.
Yeah, to say the least.
Yeah.
I noticed it when I was out there, so.
I think one other element is, what RH believes in very deeply is, finding great architecture, and if we can't, we build it. So we found really great architecture, and what we really want to do here is kind of showcase that in a really warm, low color tone. Like we're not talking about high sodium lamps that, creates a really unpleasant uplight of the building, but just something gentle and soft to really celebrate this building, even in the dead of night. Now, we do have a very specific time clock and programming via Lutron, so it's not unnecessarily lit all night long. Now, there are critical hours where we can light it, for, let's say, before midnight, right? When there would still be traffic, but after midnight, it can go dark to respect dark sky initiatives.
If I were to say that that attitude probably more reflects that of an urban environment like San Francisco or Los Angeles, and far less of an environment of where somebody's trying to stay rural and low intensity and provincial and quaint. What would do you believe that as a single building, you have a right to go and alter that character? Or do you believe that you will be altering that character by changing or providing a lighting scheme, which really is not anywhere else? Please, that's the question.
Well, I think that, I remember a comment made that, this is almost like a church in this community. That's how
Yes.
important this building is. And I think that it is kind of front and center of Upper Village. And it is not necessarily directly flanked by residences. I think kind of lends itself that it is kind of this center place. And I think when
one thing that is interesting, when you do Google map search Montecito, the pin drops right on this building. So
Okay, very good. Public comment. I have a public comment slip from Andrew Haslett. And please begin.
Sure, yeah. So, excuse me. So I think this will be brief. I'm a lawyer in town. I represent Valley Improvement Company, which is the owner of the Montecito Village Shopping Center next door and across the street. We submitted a letter 3 months or so ago, and then attended the site visit as well a couple weeks ago. So I just want to reassert and preserve some of our concerns regarding the concept. So I'm super glad to hear that it sounds like parking is being addressed and restriping is going to take place. I can't help but notice, though, that the fundamental concept or fundamental aspect of the concept, which sounds like it's still missing, is about these drop-off locations, right? Because
Drop-off food.
any delivery drop-offs, because the suggestion was that the drop-offs might take place in the parking lot via the long driveway, but then we heard shortly thereafter from Nicole that Marburg itself can't back down that driveway. So that sounds like a real problem to me, and it's something that the neighboring property is going to have continued concerns with if the plan is to use our property for those deliveries. So that's not going to work for us. Again, super glad to hear parks is being addressed, and thank you.
Thank you for keeping us there. Okay, is there anybody else? Is there anybody else that would like to address the board on item number 6, 1486 East Valley Road, please? Okay, so I'm going to close public comment. We are on for concept today. Yes.
Yeah.
Concept.
Yeah.
Concept. Okay. I think I've given some ideas already about what I'm thinking about, but let's go back through the order. And I think that these guys deserve some kind of very specific comments from our site visit. Robert, please, comments.
The site visit, I commend the team on the presentation was fantastic. All the renderings and your mock-ups looked so real. I thought some of them were. I really was concerned about that fireplace and that chimney taking away from the building. I wasn't sure if it was zoning legal anyway, so I like the fireplace. I did mention if there was going to be a loading dock or something back at the last meeting, and you said no. So does that mean we're all unloading stuff through this front door? Is that why it's a ramp so they can wheel stuff in? I mean, and I think that needs to be solved a little better. The only other thing I would say is this building has a very informal layout in the front, even though it's symmetrical with the way the palms are. But the combination of the 4 identical palms and potentially the lighting, having this building scream, I'm here as restoration hardware, I think there is concern in Montecito about this happening, this change of use. And if you could keep the front a little more low key, as John was mentioning, I think the rest of the project, besides the loading dock, it all looks good. The glass roof on the trellis, to me, it kind of meant it's now a structure, not a open air thing, but I understand it. You want to be able to use it when the weather is inclement. Yeah, the ramp in front, I doubt even if you have handrails, can be accessible. I didn't realize we had to have every one be accessible now, but.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I'm sure. You can resolve, these things really easily, so. I mean, do we? Make
Wrong
them-
concept.
I think that's legitimate, that, with our comments, you can go to the next level.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, so Bill, please.
Yeah, I appreciate the mock-ups for sure. That was great. I would like to see a screen around the hood. I don't know how you want to do it, whether it matches the similar as you've done. But the exhaust hood, I think, is gonna.
That's the hood around the corner.
Yeah, I think you can see it. I could see it from across the street pretty clearly. So that would be my gut. I'm fine with the screening that you have around the other mechanical equipment. In terms of the trellis, I like the softness of the canvas. I think I'd be okay with the non-reflective glass if it came push to shove. So I'm fine with that. The lighting is definitely a lot more lighting than is necessary out there. And especially at the front, I can see where you're trying to light tables in the back and again, keep them low intensity. I can see, in the patio areas, certain interiors up to you. But the exterior, I think in the front, especially, I would really dial that way down and just keep it really, really quaint and cozy and neighborhood like, because it really is nestled in the neighborhood up there. So that would be, and then again, all the discussion about access in and deliveries. That's a tricky one. I'd forgotten that you had food delivery too. That's going to happen fairly common. And of course, Giordano's has probably small vans that could fit down the driveway. So maybe that's not much concern, but at some point you're going to have good sized furniture pieces going in and out of there. And, whether it's the scheduling of the timing of that or what. I'm gonna defer the landscaping to the others. I'm okay with the regimented. I know some were kind of liking the fact that they were not so regimented. So I'm on the fence with that. I appreciate the signage being small and maintaining the front facade as best you can too. Don't have any problem with the gate in terms of the design. And I think that covers it. Thank you.
Claire, please. Comments?
Well, I did go after I was not at the site visit, but because I was busy having COVID, but I did go because John called me and said that everything was going to be up for a couple of days, and I did go and look. Okay. And for the most part, for me, with this building, I'm okay with the building itself. I'm really, really, really struggling with this front elevation. I just, and that's kind of like why I brought up when we were in questions about the ramp, and now, I mean, it really irritates me. And like John has said, I go by this building probably, well, I'm not working, I'm retired now, but I used to go by this building every day, 5 days a week for about 45 years. So this building is for me, and I think I said it at the beginning hearing, it's an iconic, I mean, it's part of who I am. I've lived in this community for 60 years, and I'm okay with a lot of what you're doing, but this front facade, for me, I just, and the lighting, this is a community, but 9 o'clock, there is nobody on the street at 9 o'clock. There is no necessity to keep this building lit up at night. You know, the expectation is that you're gonna have lighting all the way to get to the restaurant. There's nobody gonna be eating here at 9 o'clock at night. I mean, literally, you know, I mean, this is for the very most part, an elderly number, you know. I mean, I'm 83, you know, and I've lived here, and then most people in Montecito are of that age or older, you know, so it's not a young community that is going to be attracted to come shopping. You know, no, we don't go shopping at 9 o'clock at night. We just don't do that. We're in bed by then. I'm not in bed by then, but some people are. So those are my comments to here, is that for me, I can't, the lighting, forget it. You know, I think that having the one lighting and the two small ones on the side is okay. But these uplighting of the palms, really? No. I can't do that, you know, and then I don't understand why there's so more lighting that goes along the walkway to the restaurant, which nobody's going to be in at night. You know, so those are my most concerns of what's left to deal with here, is try to bring down all of the lighting. So it's kind of, I mean, you might not have noticed as you're going by, we don't even have streetlights in this community. You know, I mean, it really, I mean, so it's having a commercial building that's lit up for no reason. You know, so that's where I'm at about it. I mean, I have no problem with what's happening with the changes that you're made, but I can't support having this building lit up all night long, or however many, you know, for no reason, you know. And then it comes back to the restaurant part. There's not going to be, I guarantee you, that's not going to be a nighttime gathering spot. It's just not, you know. I mean, I'm just telling you, you're the ones, you know, it's your project, you know, and you're not from here, you know, and as somebody here has mentioned, there are a lot of people in this community that are really upset about this, really upset about this building. And the fact that this building is now becoming a commercial building, you know, and this is the only commercial area in all of Montecito. This is it, just right here, this one block right here and across the street, you know. And if you look around, and there's nobody parked across the street at night. All of it's empty at night. So I think you guys have got to get on what Montecito is all about in your moving forward.
I hear you, Claire. I actually, I remember walking as a kid without street lamps or sidewalks, because I went to Montecito and I grew up on Santa Clara Way.
But there you go. These are the only sidewalks in Montecito.
I used to hang out at Wine and Cheese and stare at this building just like you every day, and it's so I'm with you that, you know, it is very important to respect the character of this building, but also kind of celebrate a little bit of the history. And it was just fun walking the halls of this firehouse and seeing the historical photographs of the old, you know, fire trucks parked out front where it was zero curb condition right to East Valley Road, that old ramp, and how we're kind of bringing that back in a way. You know, I just thought that was one of our kind of homages to the original construction. But I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so my comments. I have thought long and hard about that trellis in the back, and I can't do it with glass. If you want to propose it, maybe you only need a majority. You don't need unanimity, but I will not vote for that. I will not vote for any kind of lighting that's pointing up for sure. And I think very discreet lighting, and I mean like 1/10 or 1/20 of what you're proposing on the exterior. Now, inside the restaurant area, yeah, that's different. That's but I cannot do that. I will not vote for that. I think that the idea of shrouding that exhaust is a good idea. And I did not mention, is the landscape architect with us today?
He is.
And we had 4 sets, set number 3 PDF page 14. You have Wu call, you know, the WELO calcs. For moderate water use, you have 0.4. And I believe it's 0.6 that needs to be done there. There's two numbers in the Wu call booklet. One is what I call sustainable, and it means that during periods of drought, this is what you need. And that's what you're using here. And I don't believe that that's appropriate. I think you have to do the optimal. It's called optimal, which for moderate water use is 0.6. And the kicker is that for commercial buildings, this is not 0.55, it's 0.45 because of the way the state law is written. And therefore you have to be below 0.45 if you got, which is easy to achieve if you're using 0.4, but when you're using 0.6, it becomes a lot more difficult. And when you look at their projected water use and their MAU, they're right there. So in other words, it's going to change the landscaping that you guys are having, if I'm right.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna interrupt because I get what you're saying, John, but I'm in my mind, I'm going, what landscaping
I don't
is
know.
proposing
I
that meets
don't
this
know.
water?
I don't know.
Well, that's that's
Okay.
asking a question. I mean,
Boxwood hedges.
well, boxwood hedges don't need,
I don't know.
need water.
Maybe he, anyway,
So I mean,
I believe, Claire, you had your turn.
Yeah.
So I think that needs to be reconsidered. Maybe it's actually low water use. Now, I find it actually advantageous that we have the attorney for the next door here. I think food delivery, I used to get up and drive over to Pierre's and get coffee in a muffin at 6 o'clock in the morning. Nobody is in your parking lot. That's when the food deliveries are. I think that since he's here and you're here, I think that a discussion should be entered into. I'm hoping that it will happen where they will permit you to use it. There will probably be some money that needs to change hands. But that's between you guys. Take care of all of that problem. Nobody's going to be in that parking lot to the west at 6 o'clock in the morning when these food deliveries come. And then legitimize it, get it off of state highway. That's a state highway out there. Okay, and et cetera. They may or may not be receptive to that idea, but I think that you should at least explore it. I think you guys should come back for preliminary. What's everybody think?
Yeah.
Okay, but there are issues that have not been solved. If you tell me you've got your deliveries taken care of, if you've got your trash taken care of, and then we'll have to see what the board feels about this trellis. You know, do what you need to do. You're the applicant, we're not. And I will not vote for this project with very much exterior lighting at the street. Okay, so that's my vote. I don't know about others. Okay? We good?
Do you guys want to see the hood surround mocked up?
Do you need to see that?
I wouldn't do a mock-up. I mean, if you want to just do a detail of it, that would be enough. Work with your engineers and I don't want you to have to spend money mocking it up. All you need to do is connect the duct to it right now. You've got it already almost there.
Yeah.
Okay, are we good?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I hope you guys have a chance to chat right now. Okay, item number 7, 1719 East Valley Road. We had a site visit 2 weeks ago. No, I think it was before. 2 weeks ago. Okay, whenever.
It was.
Just down in that area,
24.
right? Okay, everybody know where it is?
Syria. No.
Okay, we have some comments. Site visit and story poles required done. Nice architecture. MBAR likes the simplicity of the design. One member suggested recessing the front action. You were on, please.
Front entry.
Front entry.
What did I say?
Action.
Oh, I'm sorry, front entry.
I like that. Action.
Just to address another comment from the site visit, there was a request for FAR calculations, which I
Well,
sent,
neighborhood.
and neighborhood calculations, which I forwarded to you.
They were actually in the file. Did everybody see that?
Now, I laid ours out as two different choices because I wanted to compare apples to apples. I did house and garage as one calculation and then a total FAR, including the change from the cabana to the workshop.
They
As
should
a
be
s-
the same.
And I added those together, but I wanted to compare apples to apples directly on the screen. So it's the bottom number, 124.
Yeah, it's 124, and the neighborhood goes 88, 130, 113, 108, 108, so you're big.
We are. We
Okay.
are with the workshop at 800 square feet.
What were
Okay.
the addresses you have?
I had them all, I did the whole street.
The whole street.
And
What's
the
your-
130 was the one that was just approved and under construction.
1701. I don't remember the.
94,
FAR.
yeah, that sounds about right. That's what the-
Yes.
Okay,
So covering that, on the site visit also, I know that landscape was a big feature, so I'm gonna actually start with our landscape architect, which is Will from Arcadia, so.
Hi guys. I don't know if you can navigate to the landscape sheets. That colorful one is the, yeah, that's the hydrozone plan. So that shows basically the plantings divided into their sort of, similar water uses. Basically, we're using pretty much all natives and low water use plants. We are using some Carex Pragersilis in the front underneath the oaks, which is kind of appropriate, we felt, and those are the highest water using plants that we use. We are using spray on that as well as sort of the meadow areas, but we're going to use the pressure compensating, efficient spray.
so where'd you come out on Willow?
We're pretty good. We're pretty under there. And I was listening to the last project, and I think 0.4 is at the low end of moderate. I think it goes between 0.4 and 0.6.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
I think we used 0.4 for our moderate, but even if we adjusted that to 0.6, we'd still be well under the allowed water.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't, yes, you're right, though, exactly.
Are you mitigating oaks too? Because I know.
Yeah, so we discussed, we
Yeah.
discussed. some of
Yeah.
those.
We have,
Oh, is
if
there?
we go ahead, I think to a couple sheets ahead. We have a tree, what do we call this? A tree protection plan. And this shows our mitigation oaks. And the next sheet is actually the arborist letter, everything. Stating the requirements for mitigation. So we do meet those requirements. There's like 17 oaks.
14, we've actually added, under a restoration plan, we had to add 14 oaks.
Okay, so here's the deal.
Yeah.
That's the site visit.
Yes.
That's, I'm trying to grab those drawings over it.
Oh, please.
Two
No, it's fine, because, yeah.
two property owners ago. Something came down, they tore them out or they did something bad. And the county said, we want a bunch of oak trees. These guys, then there was an intermediate owner. And now these guys are honoring the agreement of 2 times ago. And that's why there are so many oak trees being provided.
Oh, got it, okay.
To be honest, we were gonna propose them anyway, just because it's kind of the nature of the site.
Whatever.
So
But that's where it came from.
That was before the thing.
It was, and then as part of the landscape plan, a major component of it is how do we modify our 5-foot height that we're dealing with, right? So we're using gravity sandstone walls in the landscape to help that buffer. And we're also using the workshop and the garage, which doesn't have to meet that requirement of being 5 foot, and using those elements to set different levels so that the house can then sit up at that 5-foot height limit, which you saw when you were out there.
Yeah.
So that's how we're addressing the mass of the house.
Okay, so,
And yes, we can inset the door at the entry.
well,
Which
that
was-
was, okay, good. So this is sort of weird. Are you done with your presentation without us looking at anything? Or did you want to show us something?
I mean.
Shows the elevation.
Yeah, we can see the whole package, so we have the preliminary approval, so.
Yeah, but preliminary, right, okay, so.
So we can, work through the floor plan, the site.
They're,
plan.
yeah, so they're here, okay, okay.
Yeah, and there was because
Yeah.
there was such a large focus on the landscape, because it's
Okay.
completely devoid of landscape right now. I feel like it's really important to let that speak to how we're gonna buffer the house and the size of the house.
Where's this workshop?
The workshop is the building to the south, and that's the
Right
one
there.
right there.
So it's 108, this is 108. This is 124, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we have a entry gate that we pull through, and we're using the garage as a buffer, a separation between the two of them. So we have good separation between the workshop and the house to help that massing as well. We can move to the floor plans. The plan hasn't changed since last time you've seen it. It's a very simple L-shaped home. We can go to the second floor. I think it's a 3-bedroom upstairs. Again, very simple layout. Very simple punched openings in the walls themselves, and we've looked at the comments from previously and added that window, so we can look at this, the elevation.
May I make an observation? It's 4:45 and we have 2.5, this being the half.
Sure.
Items to go,
So I would go to the material.
okay?
Yeah, let's go to the material palette.
Yeah, well.
Let's see the elevations, let's just keep, there you go.
Yeah,
Oh, here we go.
very simple. Done.
And we don't have to deal with details today, there are some.
Yeah, we have our basic layouts. And again, from a material palette, we have a bone white plaster, we have some simple ironwork, we have a barrel roof, very traditional
Is
roof
that
form.
color okay with your?
Yeah,
Is that gonna
I
be-
looked it up, I'm pretty sure that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the one that looks
Oh,
that. I didn't.
And then we have very nice raw iron railings on the balconies, so we can kind of cover it like that. So questions?
You're done?
Yeah.
Questions, Claire?
Well, I was just looking at the. No, never mind. I don't have any questions.
Bill,
Go
question?
there.
How are we with gaslight fixtures for night sky compliance? Have we done?
We have permitted them, the planning department sometimes does, or they ignore it and sometimes don't.
So we're okay, because it's such a low intensity light.
Yeah, and it flickers and it's,
It's
you know.
got kind of a cool thing, okay, because that's what you're proposing.
That's exactly
what we're proposing. And had you thought about doing an ADU instead of a workshop? Because that would actually, I guess, would that extract?
Don't.
We're not, yeah, apparently we're not allowed to talk about ADUs. No, I was
just-
We can't put it in the
But
front.
don't-
Extract from.
We don't want ADU in Montecito.
I'm just-
You know,
I don't know, I'm
we're
just looking at the
Don't recommend
Yeah.
it.
the FAR.
5 foot long.
Yeah, we didn't want a huge pool, so you can't call it a pool cabana. Well, that wouldn't, I was trying to, I was looking at your
Thank you.
The size,
FAR.
yeah, thank you.
Yes, yeah. So.
Next.
That's all.
Okay, Robert, please, questions.
No questions.
And if I were to tell you that I have never voted for a project with an FAR larger than 110. Unless there was a supporting FAR study. And I won't vote for your project, would you consider removing that workshop?
We would consider reducing the size to get that FAR down.
To
Of the workshop.
110?
We could study that for sure.
Okay, very good. So public comment. I don't think there were any comment letters, so is there,
Could they expand their?
is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 7, 1719 East Valley Road, please?
Go ahead and raise your hand if you're interested. Not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, so we'll close public comment. We are on for preliminary today. Claire.
I have a question, okay, because
Okay.
that's why because I wasn't at the site visit, and And my question, when I looked at the plans, was, we were talking about is the one, so the 150, the 124 is being driven not by the size of the building itself, but by the workshop.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, because I missed this whole
Yes.
thing in the middle. Okay,
Okay, so let's go to.
so
the
that's what, so what is the size of the workshop then?
800.
Okay, so Claire,
Oh, it's 800.
Claire, this is 108.
Yes.
This drives it up to 124. So they can't have, if we stop at 110, this can be like 20 square feet, so it's.
But this is just nothing to do with them, John. But if that was a barn, it wouldn't be counted in
It's a
the.
detached accessory structure.
What?
It is a detached accessory structure.
So any district.
Can I see your FAR count?
So all
Anything.
detached structures count as part of the FAR.
Yeah.
It was like,
I don't think in Montecito.
You have it as a guest house.
originally, we just changed it.
That's fine.
An option.
So if it's a detached accessory structure, they put it in the correct place.
Yeah.
In the, where they already get credit for detached structures on this entire site. That's what came down about 5 years or so, but for this whole site.
Okay.
And they got it in the correct place, so they've got that credit coming to them.
Okay.
So
Okay,
we're on
okay.
for preliminary.
And what, and so you're asking me whether I'm going to vote for it or
No,
not?
I'm asking you your comments.
Oh. Well, from what I've seen, I don't think there's an issue. I mean, it seems like it's a, acceptable building and, yeah.
Okay, so Bill, please. Comments.
Yeah, I think the architecture is fine. I don't have any problem with that. I know you're having to deal with the grades. That's what we gotta do. Not a problem there. I appreciate your work on the landscape too. If you could reduce the FAR based on what the study is showing, maybe the territory needs to be expanded. I don't know.
What's that mean, territory needs to be expanded?
Meaning
Oh,
the
the number.
range
Yeah.
where they are. I don't know. if That's.
That was
that's
just a street. Yeah, well, I wanted to make it in context. I didn't put Oprah's house on it next
Well,
door,
yeah, but
right? I'm
but
like,
maybe there's houses on the other side.
yeah, I didn't feel the need. I felt like with the recently approved 130 that was up the street, that would be significant enough to kind of drive it. And that was without, that was just the house and the garage.
Yeah.
That drove it to 130 that was
So
approved.
the addresses here are all, these
Those
are all
the
very
addresses.
close.
Yes, they're all up the street.
Yeah.
They're all mud flow homes, most of them.
I
that
think
are
the
addressed.
130 was the French.
The one that's under, no, it's the one that's actually under construction when you're driving up the road on the right hand side.
Interesting.
So it's the one that actually also sits up and is dealing with those gravity walls as well.
Okay.
So.
Your next door neighbor.
Yeah, so, I mean, that would be my take, I guess, in terms of trying to lower that, just so it's more compatible with what you're seeing there in
Yeah.
terms of the numbers, maybe find the average. And I'm okay with the rest.
Robert, please.
Looks like relatively clean and, like you said, simple on the architecture. And I wonder about the driveways. The only thing that strikes me like it's too close to the garage and there's no room for a planter either there or in front of the house where the cars back out. I don't know if there's a way to help get some plants in there in both those locations. I know you got the oak tree that you don't want to encroach under,
Right
but
there, and right there.
yeah. Anyway, I'm not that familiar with it. I didn't see it the last time, so
Didn't you go to the site visit?
I went to the site visit, but
Okay,
I wasn't at the last review.
Well, yeah, it's been a while since it's been here. I mean,
Yes.
But I, you know,
you weren't even here when we first heard it.
I mean, I can't really abstain or else we don't know the.
you can abstain, but you can't, as long as you're physically present, can't recuse yourself.
Well, I think it's, what is the goal here? What are we on?
Well, there's no goal whatsoever. He is
Just
on
right.
for preliminary. His goal is to get a preliminary. Our goal is.
Move him along and get on.
Yep.
We got 8 and 9 still.
Okay, so are you,
Yeah, we don't have any uplights.
Thank
Yeah,
goodness.
no upgrades.
Yeah.
Our Skype plan.
and you don't live and work in San Francisco.
So
And,
maybe
I
something
think-
that we can-
And I think that the architecture is simple, maybe too simple, but you know what? These buildings tend to work out pretty well over time. I think that the landscaping comments were okay there, and I will not vote for this. So if you want to exclude that, and I will vote for it. If not, we'll see what the other three do. I'm a no vote with it in there, and we are on, so we are on for a preliminary. Does somebody want to make a motion, or do we want to see something else before we give it, please?
Well, do we just continue him for preliminary? Yeah.
No,
Okay.
it's, I think it's make or break tonight. He wants an approval.
Yeah, I'd like an approval
gonna
today, and I'd like
approve
to,
Yeah.
can we get a test on whether we're gonna get the approval? Otherwise, we'll have to work with you.
I mean, my
in the next
tendency
minutes.
for my vote would be to have you reduce it.
But he's down to 20 square feet. He's right there.
Well, I wouldn't, I don't, let me see the averages. What's the average? Is it higher than that?
No, it's lower. It's small.
Even lower than 110.
Yeah, see, it's really, that's what I was.
Yeah, so we originally had the cabana at half the size, 477. So if that would be acceptable to you,
Not for me, but other members it might be.
then
That bring the far down to where are you at? with
that
So,
would
but
bring
the
it
cabana would have been, wasn't it
477. We only had it at 477 originally.
Oh, it was a much smaller building than the workshop is then.
It'd be,
Yeah, you'd still be one.
would be probably in the
20,
118 zone. So,
Still a little high, I think. I don't know what's your.
I'm
Yeah, he.
not that vote. I'm not as much in the numbers maybe of FARs. I think it's a project by project basis, which is why he did the neighborhood study.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're in
So-
the neighborhood range, I'm okay with it.
So
Well,
if
that's
you
the
guys
point.
want to make a
Yeah.
motion, we'll see what happens.
Should be in the neighborhood range.
24.
I'm only
See,
saying.
but
because that's what they
the
said.
neighborhood,
I don't know
the
what that-
neighborhood,
Is low.
looking from that point of view, isn't set up, or the, whatever, the general, however you want to say that, to deal with 124. Because what we've got is a neighborhood study there, and this will be the largest project.
second large, yeah.
130. And then you
Well,
change.
124,
then you-
yeah,
Then you
124.
establish. a
But when we're
criteria for
talking
the
about neighborhood compatibility,
Right.
which is what all these numbers were all set up
About,
for in the
yeah.
beginning, was to keep neighborhoods compatible
consistent
with each other,
yeah.
you know? And this
Okay,
whole project
If-
is bigger than what the other
know, that's-
surrounding
so-
neighborhoods, so it's really hard
So at the
to.
end of the day, therefore. What you got? I mean.
I think I have to, I can't vote for it.
Yeah.
I really can't.
then we'll
Because-
take it out.
What?
Yeah,
Take out the
workshop.
Yeah, see, that's what I think. I mean, take out the workshop, take it off the plan, and then
Okay.
2 years from now.
Done. So we can condition it like
Come
that.
back in.
Okay, can I say something?
Yes.
You guys, this is a technical term. You fucked up.
I did?
Yeah, the 800 garage should be going up here under attached garages, which means this square footage goes down 800 square feet. So 1553 minus 800 is 753. You're permitted 829. And so if you bring your garage down to about, so I think when you do that, when you get this done correctly, you're in there.
Okay.
Okay, so.
It doesn't feel orange.
It doesn't feel
No,
orange.
that's why we're so,
See that?
struggling with
Right
this
there.
124 and going asking for the thing. I couldn't figure out why
It is attached.
this building
Oh, it's
should
detached?
generate
Yes.
that much
Oh,
FAR.
oh, wait.
Just because it's.
Yeah, so we're not, so.
You're not attached.
Just because it's detached.
It's because it's a detached, not
Why would
attached.
you want it detached?
Again, it's to balance that massing out. The second I pull the garage
Hold it. The second you move the garage.
away from the main house, everything starts to reduce in size. It's not all clumped together. And I can use landscape to fill in the spaces between. So now I have two small buildings on the property line, nice trees and landscape, some landscape walls, and the bulk of the house is set away from the street. I'm using those two structures to buffer the two-story portion of the house.
Okay, time out. I'm gonna try a motion. It's 5 o'clock.
Yes.
No,
I'm gonna move for preliminary approval contingent on the project being brought down to an FAR of no larger than 110% of recommended. Okay, and you can move the garage over and attach it. You can eliminate the workshop. You can play with the size
do
of the
whatever
house.
you want to do.
Okay, but is contingent on that. Are there any other contingencies, please?
No.
No.
Are we good? Is there a second for that motion, please?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so
It's the board.
what,
Full board.
he's on for preliminary, for preliminary, yeah, and who's your planner?
Veronica.
She has my email address. If you want to run it past me informally, I'm happy to take a look at it.
Great, thank you.
And
Guys.
I'm sorry, she did not,
Technical term.
I did. Right here. Okay, item number 8.
So we're back to Bonnie.
250 Bonnie Lane.
We start with a Bonnie line?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've just lost quorum. He'll be right back. Okay. So I can just bring people up. This is a project that had inconsistency exterior thickness of walls, had an excess sports court that they were trying to get legitimized, and I think those are kind of the things that were left over.
And the lighting.
Oh, the lighting. Yeah, 2 uplights, right?
Well, 3.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
you're
what's
here
being
for preliminary final.
Yeah.
Oh, God, we have to see the whole
Did
thing.
Can you just make the motion that you made last?
Yeah.
As long as we're under 110, we get the plan.
No,
It'll be a lot faster.
I believe I reviewed.
did you look at the details?
Well, I was just struggling with that number
Okay,
and what I
because
was seeing.
I
It
don't
didn't
think
come out,
what
those
they did
two
was
things
right.
were.
Yeah, no, it was a very small one.
Architectural improvements are appropriate. Study thickening walls and provide deeper reveal with return with additional detailing. Hardscape is excessive, reduce paving in hardscape areas by approximately 30%. Significantly reduce exterior lighting, remove site lighting from property lines. We are on for preliminary and final. Please.
Thank you. All right, so what we can,
No, this is just.
oh, it is, yes.
So we're gonna wind up having to go through the entire center driveway.
Yeah, so why don't we hit the key comments and how we answered it, and then we can just flip through the set and we can make any other notes for additional things that we changed or updated. Or how it satisfies final. Okay, so one was architectural improvements are appropriate. Thank you. 2, study thickening walls. So if we go to A 2.010.
Will people accept my statement that they did that? I reviewed these carefully. Is that okay with the board?
Yeah.
Okay, yep, check.
Site design.
All right, return architectural details, we can hit those. Site design, so hardscape is excessive, reduced paving in hardscape areas.
Do you want to show us what you did with this?
Yeah, so L 1.00. Oh, yeah. And we have landscape architect team as well here for more questions, but we'll just kind of try to buzz through it.
So the upper left-hand corner,
Yeah, so that the grandkids roller skating rink is gone, or the basketball court. So we demoed that, and then we greatly reduced hardscape from last time. We actually have a diagram that
Yeah,
shows.
go to the next page.
L 1.102,
Or maybe the next page after.
yeah,
Yeah,
there we go.
Okay. So the red is the existing hardscape to be removed, which is comes to about 5,000 square feet. And the new proposed hardscape is about 1,100 square feet. And so you can see the overlays here. So you see that concrete pad in front. And then you can also see areas around the pool where we carved out planter pockets and deepened them compared to what was there. And then there had been an existing concrete driveway. And we're coming in with pea gravel driveway. We checked with Montecito Fire and they said that as long as our civil engineer can, certify it as an access road, then whatever the owners want, it's fine with them. And so according to our civil, they said the only area they would recommend is the upslope here, have a compacted base, and that could have a pea gravel on top. It would just have to get cleaned up every now and then. So the rest of it, and then we also shrunk the size of it. If you could actually zoom in maybe to like this area. There's a green line on this plan where you can kind of get an idea of what we saw last time. So, last time we had, the gravel coming out here. We also, you can see the green line here and around here and over here. So we did shrink the auto court, pulled it away from the house. Per the comments. You can also see, we grew the planter pockets over here. You can see that green line over there. And then actually, if you scoot to the right a little bit, you can see we also reduced it. By the bocce, we had these gravel areas over here that we took those away as well. And that's an existing bocce court. And so on the conceptual plan, we also tried to fade out things that were existing that were just not developing.
All right, and then is there anything to see on L3? No. Oh yeah, so that was, so now actually we're on to, so that was all the hardscape and those things, keep going in landscape. And we go now on to 5, significantly reduce exterior lighting, remove lighting from the property line. And so L 3.00.
Okay, so we reduced 50% since last time. And the only remaining tree lighting are the ones in the middle and the ones over here. And then the pathway white lighting was cut down significantly from last time.
and those tree lights are up lights.
Down lights.
Down lights.
Up in the tree,
They're
down
actually
side.
down.
They are palm trees. Yes?
Yes,
They're palm trees pointing down, mounted on the trunk, pointing down.
the palm trees are existing to be moved to the center motor court.
And then that.
But what's being lit is a palm tree stalk.
Just down,
Yeah.
and direction into the motor point.
Okay, it's just so the board knows.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then what's the tree on the right in the upper there that also has an olive? Yeah, it's outside the dining room.
That is an olive.
Yeah, and that's up in the tree down the
Pointing down,
Mhm.
yes.
Yeah, and then the rest of it is path lighting.
and just basically minimal. And then our last resort, we were just gonna cut power to the whole house.
Yeah.
All right, okay, and then, yeah, we go to, oh, actually, if we can just walk through now, those were sort of the. Covering all the comments from Barb from last time, and if we wanted to start at the beginning of the set, we can just flip, and.
there was also a memo, which I forgot to, so David, can we look at that memo? Plan of this response, additional architectural details, remove the concrete pad, landscape buffer, and reduce the landscape. So, okay, and that was Olivia?
Yes.
Yes, it was, excellent. Thank you, Olivia.
Yes, thank you.
So, yeah,
So if you want, we can just start at the beginning, flip through, make sure we covered all the pages, stop.
I don't know, it looks like here, he's almost done
I
here.
looked through all the architecturals. The only thing I had a question was I couldn't read because it's small was the light fixture that you had on your sheet.
Yeah.
Exterior elevation sheet.
A
Or zoom in on that.
Point,
That'd be about the only thing I need.
A 3.0.
Oh, we went too far.
The exterior elevation. So it's 3.0. I think.
Yeah, keep going.
That's it.
A.
Oh, sorry, A, not
Yeah.
that.
Nope,
There.
there it is.
There.
Zoom in on the left there, David.
It's also a larger version of the landscape.
Oh, is there?
But yeah, it's a,
It's a nice sky shield, fully hooded. Okay, so like pictures up. Right, okay, I mean, I'm fine with this LRV. 79, okay,
yeah.
all right.
Can we zoom out? So this is really this board. This is, I don't see why you don't take the door into the bedroom and move it here.
into the.
You go to plan?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to see that. You're giving it to a hallway when, anyway, you can take a look at it.
Oh, you're seeing,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Sounds like
You're just
that could be make a little vestibule out of it or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea.
So, details you're okay with?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't have a freestanding trellis or anything anywhere, did you?
There was something, there was a barbecue area.
Oh, it's existing, so that it's not new, so no, I didn't see any details, but I remember hearing about.
Are you
that.
done for the, are you done?
Yeah, we're done.
Questions, Bill,
No question.
Robert,
No question.
Claire,
None.
and I have none. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 8, 250 Bonnie Lane, please?
Not seeing any hands.
Okay, comments. Free for all?
Looks good.
Looks good.
Give it preliminary and final.
Okay, I want to go to the site plan, please.
Site
So that'd be up to.
Magic man over here.
Oh,
There.
and it doesn't matter, just, and stop. I don't, when you look at the fire access plan, I think they're driving through that. So you might want to take a look at the location of that.
Planner.
Driving through, what are you talking about?
I think that
Middle of
when
the
you,
turnaround.
yeah, it's like right there, you know. So you might want to just take a look at it.
May I speak? So we met with fire marshals even during conceptual
Yeah,
phase. And we provided a fire access plan and they have conceptual approval step on it. And we uploaded that to the, I think Olivia has it. And the short story is because our driveway is less than 150 feet, so we're not technically required to provide a hammerhead. So we showed it to the fire marshal just for reference, and they're completely okay.
Okay, that's fine. So it just looked, there's a
Mhm.
problem.
Yeah, it is
I don't
tight,
think it's
yeah.
that hard to move that planter either, but, okay, so we are on for preliminary, okay, so we have two down lights, up lights,
Down.
Downlight.
down
To
light,
keep the fire department from being the pumpers.
and, yeah, with an American flag on top.
That's right, there we go.
And which I saw last night when I was driving in the middle of the night, and two down lights there.
And I don't have a problem with either of those because they're down lights and they're not gonna be, they're gonna come down and they're not gonna spill out to all the neighbors, which is always what my issue is,
Fair to.
Yeah, okay.
I'm good with
Well,
that, yeah.
this is
That-
the
that
palm
one's-
tree.
Yeah.
This is, this one I'm okay with, this one I'm not so sure. Bill,
I'm fine with it.
you're okay? So, Robert,
I'm good with projects for prelim and final.
okay, so you move for preliminary final
Yes.
I'll second.
as submitted.
yeah,
Yes.
Is there a second, please?
I did.
Yeah.
I think you just
second it.
seconded it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed. Thank you very much. Last item number nine, thank you, guys. Item number 9462 Crockersbury Drive. I thought it was Crockersbury.
Progress.
There is a memo.
This is in, Burnham Wood.
Yeah.
Okay, we are on for prelim and final again.
Oh, nobody's here.
Oh, they're all online.
So memo.
You want me to stand in for?
You got something better to do.
Okay, so the owner has decided to reduce the scope of work. The public, this had the driveway and the big site wall. The published September 7th agenda has not been updated because this change in scope was submitted after the publication of the deadline. The proposed project no longer includes conversion of the attached garage to habitable space, construction of a new attached garage, new driveway or new site walls and landscaping. The scope now only includes replacement of exterior doors and windows and validating the unpermitted addition to the rear of the structure. So that's very important. So,
Okay, it is here for preliminary final, and so now we.
Robert, are you here? Don? I saw.
Don Nolte's here.
Hi, Don, how are you?
Hi,
So
thanks. How are you?
it's 5.
So if we go to the third drawing, the site plan, right there. So there's two cross-hatched areas, the wings of the building at the top of the structure there. Both of those originally one was a covered loggia and the other one was a walled-in patio, and that footprint somewhere along the line, Burnham Wood approved this design as built, but it didn't have building permits. And my client bought this property without knowing that, and this has come up. So we're trying to permit them the way they are today, but we are doing, instead of the addition of the garage and a new bedroom in the former garage, it's just an interior remodel. We're redoing all the bathrooms and kitchens, et cetera, and all the doors and windows. So besides permitting these two offices, we are also putting new doors and windows, and they're going to look a little better than the current doors and windows, which are different varieties. So other than that, we can go through the elevations. We tried to show carefully what's built and what.
Don, let's just check real quick. Do you have
What's the
that
what?
FAR on sheet
It's
1
on
or
the cover
something?
sheet, yeah.
Yeah. So 75. So yeah, elevations, please.
Okay, then.
And you're
And
going.
if you see the photos, go back to those photos. It's really easy to point out. The upper left-hand corner, you can see that wing that comes out. That's one of the offices that was on the ocean side. And then on the photo 3, at the very far right, you can see another of the wings. And then, I'm sorry, and then photo 2, you're seeing the end of the other wing and this, a kitchen that was built as well. And it's an arbor with that retaining wall with the cooking equipment built in. And we'll see that on the floor plan. So you can scroll through the next drawing, please.
Are you going from a mansard to a full roof?
No, we're not changing any of the roof,
Okay.
except that the flat part in the middle is going to have a. I'm sorry. The plans are for the mansard for that roofing to be upgraded.
Don, was that trellis not permitted either?
Correct.
All right.
So this is the top two drawings are the front elevation. There's no proposed work there now. On the bottom two elevations there, it's the top is the existing and the bottom is proposed, and we have a bigger window coming in. Next drawing. So that is on the south. There's another window only on the second drawing from the top. We're just adding a window there. I wanted to make sure these are in the interior remodel permit, but I wanted to make sure, since they are slight changes, that you did see them. The third elevation there, where the shutters are, you can see those narrow doors in the living room and the family room. We're proposing to use larger, the beautiful views out onto the golf course. And so we're opening those up. And then this drawing at the very bottom perfectly shows the two wings on the left that we're trying to get permitted. And they look like that, but with new doors and windows. And that is about it.
Thank you. Questions, Claire?
No question.
Phil?
What's the roof of that trellis material? Is it just a flat roof material or is it a metal?
No, it's that interesting little arbor that will pivot, and the little louvers will go full shade or full sun.
Oh, okay, got it. And are you changing the garage doors? I know you didn't illustrate them. I don't know if they are just plain.
Well, there's no, they work fine. We took the garage off, in the last couple of weeks, and we just reverted the drawings back to the as-built situation.
So they're existing.
They're existing. Yeah. So we're not doing any of we have a nice landscape plan for the front. The project costs came in, were almost 300% what I thought they would be. It just insane costs. So we're scaling back.
And your paint, are you repainting the exterior? Is that a LRV white?
Yeah, that same white that's on the color board.
Okay, I didn't see an LRV on that, so anyway. Okay.
Robert, questions?
No questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 462 Crocker Sperry Drive, please?
No speakers for this item.
Okay, so does anybody have any problem with this project?
I haven't seen the landscape plan yet.
There is no landscape,
There isn't one.
no.
Okay, that's all.
I would just comment to make sure the LRV is.
Do you want to make the motion with that as a
Yeah.
condition?
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to grant preliminary and final approval with the condition that the white be under 84 LRV.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, Don. Thank
John,
you.
I'm not sure what the LRV is referring to.
Okay, so the light reflective value of the paint color.
Very good.
Sherwin-Williams has it printed right on the paint chip. Benjamin Moore, you have to kind of dig into the website.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay,
Got it.
thank you. Is there a motion for adjournment, please?
We'll move to adjourn the meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Don't forget to turn on your cell phone.
You gonna call me?
No, but